a place for conversations. SDAQ&A. You're safe to speak your truth. Common ground, shared beliefs with lots of room for disagreement. Tell us all what you believe and let us see if we can challenge you. From all paths coming here to share their stories. Some have left this global church, some remain and defend her. Where are you on the path? Does Ellen still appeal to you? SDAQ&A, you are welcome here. 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 Oh, SDAQ&A, you are welcome here. SDAQ&A, you
You love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same. Will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Well, here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hello and welcome to SDAQ&A. Good to see you here today. I am your host, Peter Dixon, and today is a big day. We will be rewatching a program I did on season 2, episode number 27, where I interview the author of Prophetess of Health, a study of Ellen G. White by Ronald L. Numbers. And he and his good friend Jonathan Butler, who I hope is watching today, joined me 5 years ago and had an incredible conversation. And as you all know, I'm replaying season 2 because Facebook essentially has deleted all of the videos, unfortunately. Just as part of their policy, they're deleting all the videos that are in groups that were live videos. And fortunately, I backed up all of the conversations, and so I'm making them available to the world via YouTube and other platforms as well. So today we replay that very interesting interview, number 27, season 2, where I interviewed Jonathan Butler and Ron Numbers, author of this book. This book, coincidentally, and I didn't plan this in any way, but coincidentally, I'll just play the little intro that I've made up for tomorrow's show. After our Good News Fellowship tomorrow, we go to the. So that's not right now, but that's the little intro for SDAQ&A Book Club. So tomorrow at this time, we have Frank Merendino joining us for Good News Fellowship, and then followed around 8 p.m. Pacific time and 2 p.m. Australian New South Wales time. We have book club, and we are reading this book. And I thought, wow, what a coincidence that today's show popped up in the queue just at the same time as we are reading that book in book club. So join us. The link will be in the program tomorrow, and we do that via Zoom. And I want to thank Rochelle Anonymous for all she does for that great book club group that we've got going there. Now, today's program is sponsored by Test the Prophet. I tell you what, this channel is one of the most important channels for Seventh-day Adventists, former Adventists, everyone in between, to go and subscribe to watch the videos that are there, and Test the Prophet, who I have met last year, February last year, over there at the former Adventist Fellowship. And I'm going to be playing a program that sort of is a mini documentary of my experience. It's just taking me nearly 2 years to get finished. But yeah, I met Test the Prophet there, and he remains anonymous. If you watch his videos, you'll see his hands looking down and he's turning pages, and you'll hear his voice. And it is his real voice, and it's not AI. They are his hands and his voice. And yeah, so I chat to him on that little mini doco. So today's program is sponsored by Test the Prophet YouTube channel. Go and check it out. I think you'll really, really be pleased that you did. And I think, let me just see also. Yeah, this is what it looks like. So go and check it out. He asks tough questions, looks at the data, presents it, allows you to really draw your own conclusions. But certainly a fantastic channel. So I'll be mentioning him a little bit throughout the program, but I encourage all of you to just quickly go over there now and subscribe. Okay, so as I said, this book, written by Ronald Numbers, essential reading. If there was one book that really eventually led me out of Adventism, this is the one. So, yeah, I highly recommend it. Without further ado, we will get on with the program. Good to see you all here. And I'm not sure if this is officially started. I checked the time code, and it's around 20 minutes in. We were chatting before we went live, and these two are hilarious. They had me in stitches and really got on well. And it's so sad. Yeah, I've got to remember to mention Ronald Numbers passed away, I think, last year. And really sad to have lost such an incredible person. I'm just checking if I'll look that up later, but I'm pretty sure he passed away last year. And a sad loss. I had planned to have him back on the program, but now we can't do that. So what we can do is look at this interview live. I'm pretty sure he said it was his first ever live Zoom interview anyway. So, yeah, I think this is around the beginning. And one last thing. Some people criticized some of the comments in this interview, saying that we were a bit flippant about mental health. I certainly want to reassure everyone that is not the case. No way. How ridiculous. What a ridiculous assertion. Mental health is incredibly important to focus on, to understand. And Ron was really talking about Ellen White may have had some issues that formed her narrative. And in the latest edition, his partner, who I hope is watching as well, she wrote, I think, a full chapter about that issue and really covers it incredibly well. So that's the third edition. And look, I know it's expensive. It's an expensive book online, but it is a great, great book. And Rochelle has just said, hi, SDAQ, can I get a confirmation on the Australian time for book club tomorrow? Well, Good News Fellowship kicks off at 12:30. We go for an hour to 1:30, so 2 p.m. We've had a time change here, but I've kept the same. I've moved us so that we can keep to the same USA time, which is 8 p.m. Pacific time, USA. So yeah, all these time zones. 8 p.m. Pacific time Thursday, and Friday our time 2 p.m. And it'll come on straight after Good News Fellowship. Tomorrow, Frank Merendino will be our presenter. So there we go. There, it's only took me 21 minutes to get all of that information there. But the two big things: go and buy this book. Enjoy this interview with John Butler and Ron Numbers. And the show is sponsored by Test the Profit. Go and subscribe, like, and enjoy the incredible videos and presentations there. Okay, let's get on with the program. It's good to see you too.
We are on live.
We are on live, so got to be on your best behavior now.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking normally with Ron, I'm not on my best behavior. So,
Yeah.
but I'll make a change there.
Yeah, you make a change for public.
And Peter, I should tell you that in the past, Butler was much better looking than he is today.
How long have you guys known each other? That must have been a while ago for that to have been the case.
Well, it's
Yeah.
about it's about it's really early 70s. He was at Loma Linda and he was writing the Ellen White book at the time.
Yeah.
And I came out there, I think I was being recruited to work out there. And and I met him. I knew of him, but we had narrowly missed each other at Andrews. He was at Andrews for a year. And I came to Andrews and left Andrews before he came there. And so we were, he'd come out of Berkeley, I'd come out of Chicago, and we were just a little out of sync. But then in the early 70s, while he was deeply immersed in the book, and he was working on some other projects too. But I met him, and he was a bundle of energy about that book. I said, "My God, this guy is he's got a lot of interesting things to say," and he dug up very interesting research. So he was fun to talk to in that period. Later, he became more tedious, but then he was not, you know.
Those early fires of passion made him bearable.
Yeah, exactly. I knew him when
I have a comment that I shouldn't say on this live show, but take it to heart.
Yeah. I know he's paralyzed here. I've got to change myself from a user. I don't know if your audience can see that, but
yes, no, do that, and that'll put your name up properly there too.
Yeah, I never like to be thought of as a user. So yeah,
especially for a show like this.
Yeah.
Now,
well,
we'd better officially start.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I do is I just pause for a moment so that later I can see the edit space when I do the podcast, and then I'll officially begin. Welcome to another SDA Q&A. I'm Peter Dixon, and my very special guests today, that's two guests, Dr. Ron Numbers and Dr. Jonathan Butler. Good to have you guys here.
Good to be here.
It's great to be here.
Can I call you John and Ron?
Yes.
And
Dr. Ron.
Dr. Ron and Dr. John.
No.
That sounds like two rappers.
He's insecure about, he hasn't done enough in his career, so he needs to be called doctor, but I would just ignore it.
Yeah, okay. Now, you guys were fighting last week in our practice rehearsal interview about where you'd gotten your doctorates from.
Yes, exactly.
I have a legitimate one.
Well, he got his at Berkeley, and I got mine at University of Chicago. And he looks down his nose at my degree because there were a number of Seventh-day Adventists that came through when I did, and there were a few before that. So he considers Chicago now a degree mill for Seventh-day Adventists. And so he's a little condescending, but who's ever heard of Berkeley, really?
Who's ever heard of Mervyn Maxwell?
Yeah. You know, I just saw David Axelrod on MSNBC, and he went to Chicago, by the way, as an undergraduate, took political science there. He's Obama's, his campaign manager and his chief of staff and so on. And he was doing an interview on MSNBC from Berrien Springs, Michigan. Mm. And I think he's got a place in Buchanan. I mean, he's very much a Chicago guy. He's still Chicago. He meets at Manny's restaurant. He meets Obama and Rahm Emanuel frequently, and he's got season tickets to all the Chicago sporting events and stuff. But anyway, it's curious. I think he lives in Buchanan, which is not very far from Berrien. So,
in fact, right off
maybe
the bat,
he bought Muhammad Ali's place.
Yeah, he would be so lucky. I mean, I guess it's a massive compound, beautiful. And students at Andrews used to see Ali. I mean, he would come around and he would joke with them. I think he even got to the cafeteria sometimes.
Wow.
I've heard things like that.
Yeah.
In fact, someone just wrote on the wall here, when you see me looking down, I'm just reading the feed on Facebook. They've just said, what influence did Berkeley have on your thinking, Dr. Butler?
Well, you mean...
Butler couldn't get into Berkeley.
Because
they wouldn't even admit him to a remedial course.
Well, my daughter got into Berkeley, but she declined to go. But she had a husband and a child at the time. So
because you were saying, Ron, it was you that was at Berkeley.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe they meant, what influence did Berkeley have on your thinking, Dr. Numbers? Maybe I read it wrong.
Well, it was actually quite important in the development of my thinking. I remained a very strong Adventist, I was an elder in the Berkeley church, but when after a few years I tried to integrate it, the conference prohibited that. And so my last year in Berkeley, I attended a Black Adventist church in Oakland with some good friends of mine. Miguel Kelly was very, very influential. But in terms of my education, my father, who was a Seventh-day Adventist minister, always said, Ronnie, as he called me, you study to learn how better to propagate the gospel. We already know the truth. You don't study to learn new truth. So I had gone from first grade through college in Adventist schools, and that was more or less my attitude until I got into seminars in the history department at Berkeley, where the name of the game was to critique what you were reading, to critique the sources, the argument. If you just came in and said, I loved reading this book, you were going to the bottom of the class. And I then transferred that to the reading of Ellen White and started to contextualize what I was reading about her. And there was a group of us, maybe 24 to 30 Seventh-day Adventists, and we would meet over the weekends and have intense discussions about our identity as Seventh-day Adventists.
So if you hadn't gone to Berkeley, you may never have written Prophetess of Health.
No, if I'd gone to the University of Chicago, I would have been an SDA apologist.
Yeah, like Dr. Butler.
And Mervyn Maxwell.
Yeah.
Now, who's this Maxwell guy you both speak
Well,
of?
Mervyn Maxwell was very much the apologist. He was a son of Arthur Maxwell, who wrote the bedtime stories and, you know, those kinds of things, and kind of a celebrity SDA family. And Mervyn was perhaps the most conservative one. His twin brother, Lawrence, was the editor of The Little Friend,
Yeah.
for which I wrote a story once so my young daughter could read it. And I received $5 for the story.
Oh.
And my buddy Rick Rice in theology said it was worth every penny, $5. But yeah, he was quite conservative, and he did go to Chicago very much the way Ron had been told by his father to go to Berkeley. He went there in order not to change. I think he was a fairly respectable student in his own field, which was early church and languages. He was a smart guy who was a lot of skills. But when he left Chicago, he then began his more openly apologetic career, and he did a lot of writing on SDA history, for which he was not trained at all. He should have been writing on the early church, and his writing there became polemical and almost an embarrassment at times. It was more like devotional writing than historical writing. And the faculty at Chicago was embarrassed by what he did. They felt they had been bamboozled by this guy. You know, that he seemed like, you know, a Chicago person when he was at Chicago, but it was sort of chameleonism. And on my doctoral exams, which were a number of years after Maxwell had been there, but Robert Grant, who taught early church, was still annoyed by Maxwell. I'm talking here like no relatives are listening. Mervyn's gone, but anyway, most of them I think are gone, if not all of them, but all the brothers. Graham Maxwell was a brother, and Malcolm is. But on my doctoral exams, Robert Grant was sitting there, and he raised the question in front of me and in front of his colleagues who were examining me, is this another Mervyn Maxwell?
Wow.
Now, I had had classes with him, but he didn't really know me. I mean, I'd done well in his classes, but I don't think he knew me on site even. I'd written exams for him and so on. And so he raised that question. And I was pleased for two reasons. One, that when the other professors came to my defense and said, no, he's not a Mervyn Maxwell. By the way, I'd just done a chapter in a book that Ron, in effect, edited on Adventism and the American experience. And Ron remembers that in a lecture series at Loma Linda. But they had read that before my exam. And so they knew me that way. Robert Grant had not read it. But anyway, I was pleased that they came to my defense, and I was pleased they weren't asking me questions. They were quarreling in front of me, and I just watched them do it, But I mean, that's too long to talk, I guess, on that. But I think it's an illustration of what Seventh-day Adventists, some of them are going into graduate school like they're Daniel in the lion's den, and they just stand up as a worthy, and others go in to learn and to change if that's called for,
Part of the whole definition of a university is to teach you how to deconstruct not even just pour knowledge in and resist change, but to actually confront your own beliefs. It's almost like a epistemology. You kind of go to a university to purposely kind of question your beliefs and deconstruct them, and defend them or defend others' beliefs or not.
Certainly those kinds of universities. I mean, if you just want a Bible school, or and a lot now in our generation have stayed in the SDA system. They get their PhDs at Andrews. There's been some very good ones that came out of Andrews, but a lot of them are trying to protect themselves. That's right. Exposure to the outside.
And I was listening.
Name me more than one very good one.
From Andrews?
Gil Valentine out of Grant. Name me another one.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was happy to read Michael Campbell's book on 1919. I think he admits it's sort of a popular book, not an academic book. That's a good question.
Just on Gil Valentine, he is a good scholar, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Yes. And I talked to him today.
Especially for an Aussie.
Especially for an Aussie, yeah. I think he lives in the States now, though.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
okay.
We have a coffee group which we call the Dead Prophet Society, and Gil and I are in it, and Ron Graybill.
Oh yeah.
And Fritz Guy attends, and Larry Garrity attends, and we're Zooming now. But Gil, we have it on Thursday mornings, and Gil was there, and Kendra's comes too. I mean, she's often too busy teaching and so, but she's been on the Zoom. She's been coming lately. We like it when she comes, but she can't always do it. But anyway, they were asking about this, asking about you and the podcast. And
because Gil turned down my offer. I think they are a bit worried I'm going to try and trick them into saying things they shouldn't say.
Yeah, well, I asked him about that. I said, maybe you and Kendra have more to lose than Ron and I, I mean, but both of them seemed quite interested in it. I mean, it wasn't like it is totally ruled out. You might take another swipe at them down the line and see.
That'd be great.
And Kendra wanted to listen to us, so she might have in mind just seeing how they're done.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to comment on, because I'm trying to get all voices to share their stories, and sometimes I have been told that I lull people into a false sense of security, but I don't do it on purpose.
Well,
But occasionally,
Gil was very complimentary of you,
he and I get on really well. A lovely
yeah,
guy, yeah.
yeah,
We've crossed paths over the years. He's
yeah,
worked with my dad and worked in various education institutions that I was at.
yeah.
Lovely guy, yeah. And
Yes,
I
he is.
think for those that are watching and might get invited to talk, I often will say to people beforehand, do you want me just to kind of have a nice kind of easygoing interview, or do you want to dig a bit deeper, or are you happy with me questioning why you believe stuff? And so if someone said to me, look, I really just want to be able to kind of have a no, I don't want to go through a minefield sort of conversation. I'm more than
Yeah,
happy just to keep it nice and
yeah.
light and fluffy.
Right, right.
No, John
Both-
Butler and I are serious scholars. We don't want just light and fluffy.
I gather that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Well,
did Tina Turner say? We want it rough. Or,
Yeah. Oh, there's things I could say that I'm just being quiet on.
Yeah.
The well, in fact, like we were talking earlier, Prophetess of Health was the book that got me out of the light and fluffy. Yeah, a lot of people have heard me play music, and it's worship music and very, very mellow. But my mind has always been kind of deconstructing. I can't help it. I can't stop asking why, and that's kind of, it's a good thing. It's a really good thing, but it can be something that kind of emotionally can rock you a little bit. And I was saying to you both off air, I think, that I'd started reading the Walter Ray book, and it wasn't until actually probably the mid-'80s. What year would that have come out?
82.
Which one?
The White Lie.
Wasn't that 82?
So
I'm not sure.
I would have
Yeah.
started reading that in about 85, and I just couldn't read it. I'd get a couple of pages, chapters in, and so I just had to put it away. And then in the late 80s, I came across Prophetess of Health. Mum and Dad had it on their shelf, and I started reading that, and I thought, oh, this is something I could engage with. It had a different kind of approach. It was just as, what's the word, scandalous, or potentially shake your mind up a bit, but it was written in a way that just seemed to kind of approach those bigger topics in a more palatable kind of way. But it was I'd say the ground zero of me going, okay, right, I can actually do this. I can go through the process of deconstructing Adventism, questioning Adventism, asking why. So it led to a very long journey, but I thank you for that, Ron, for
Well, you're very welcome, Peter.
can you
But
tell
I
us?
hope you didn't suffer too much.
No, I found that process really good. But the thing is that once you start going, well, if that's wrong, what else is wrong? It kind
I know that it's a slippery slope.
Well, Ron is a good historian, and Ray was not. Ray was an amateur.
Right.
And he stumbled on to what I think was a real find. I mean, all these parallels, but he did so not as a historian. He did so as a believer. He had practically memorized Ellen White, and after he'd been reading her for so long, he said, "Well, I want to read the book she's read. I think I would be interested in that." Again, he was doing this as a believer, not in order to contextualize her or think of her historically. And so he started reading these other people, Edersheim and Wiley and all more devotional stuff from Desire of Ages. And he was shocked to find that she was so dependent on him. But he didn't want any help in doing the book. I think he wanted this. He was a little like a John Bolton, he wanted the book to be a splash. And Bolton's a good writer, but he said, I'm not going to co-author this. I'm not going to get anybody to help me organize it. He threw in everything but the kitchen sink in writing it. He if you'd stuck more narrowly to his topic, I think it would have been better. But it was just a shambles of a book. And Ron is not only a good historian, but he's a good storyteller.
That's right.
You know, and so.
And we're just going to pause there for a moment, and just want to remind everybody that we have a sponsor today. It's Test the Prophet, and his YouTube channel is incredible, challenging Ellen G. White with questions and research, and you can really dig in and learn so much there. It's an incredible channel. So yeah, just paused the program and noticed that when I did bring up the ad, it paused my muted my voice. I apologies for that, but at least you could see the image there, which is promoting today's sponsor, Test the Prophet. And those listening on the podcast, just audio only, this is my voice now, just interjecting, popping in from 2025. We'll take you back in time to 2020 in a moment. And this conversation that we're hearing with Ron Numbers, he is in the orange or red shirt, gets even more incredible as we dig into his book, Prophetess of Health, and as we look into Des Ford and Glacier View. So yes, apologies for muting there, and we're going to jump back into 2020 with this incredible interview with Dr. Jonathan Butler and Dr. Ronald Numbers. And so, yeah, thank you to Test the Prophet for sponsoring today's program. And if anyone else would like to sponsor future programs, let me know and we can chat about it. Back to 2020 and the rewatch of this incredible season 2, episode 27 interview.
He doesn't lose himself in the weeds of sort of the philosophical or, framing it with some kind of interpretive. He tells the story and lets you discover this new woman he's found, this new Ellen
May I
White.
interject right here?
We're talking about you, Ron. You're not allowed to contribute.
The best storyteller, the best stylist in the Adventist community is John Butler. I always run things by him because he is so good. Now, I couldn't say he's the most productive, but he aspires to be productive.
Yeah. I'm very much gathering that, and that's why I'm so glad that Jonathan is part of this conversation. He is able to bring in a lot of the things that I think I'm wanting to talk about and kind of clearly articulate them. What books, Ron, would you recommend that we should read of Jonathan's?
Help me out, Tom.
The book I haven't written is the one. The book
I mean,
How about Softly and Tenderly? He has written one book, his dissertation, and it's called Softly and Tenderly.
Softly.
And how softly and tenderly, Jesus is calling.
Yeah.
And it's about the softening of Protestant theology in the 19th century. And it's good. But all of his close friends have been waiting with bated breath for the blockbuster.
Mm.
And now he's getting so old. We're sending him vitamins.
I'm in decline. I've written articles, but
Excellent articles.
Mm.
yeah, but the one that probably was most sort of the bombshell was that I did early on was, and it came out, by the way, in the fall of '79 when Desmond Ford gave his lecture, the Adventist Forum at PUC.
This is that famous October 27 forum.
Yeah. And mine came out, my article came out in Spectrum in September of the same year, just a month before. And
Wow.
it was called The World of E.G. White and the End of the World, in which I placed her eschatology in 19th century context and argued basically that it fit those times, but it doesn't fit our times.
Didn't it first appear in Rise of Adventism?
No, but Rise of Adventism, in a sense, was kind of deep background to it. But no, they were two different pieces. Yeah.
And don't you think that's really how all prophets should be seen? They aren't prophets for their time. They're not sort of considered ongoing authority. You can learn from them, but you've got to very much contextualize where they're from.
Right. I think, yeah, prophets can live forever, but you have to make the necessary adjustments and the necessary reinterpretation of them. And I think a literalism about Ellen White, they just stuck her, they stuck her in her times that brought her lock, stock, and barrel into the later times, as though there had been no difference. And so I think.
But don't you think that most evangelical Christians would not regard the biblical prophets in that manner at all?
You think they would make adjustments?
No. Fundamentalist wing, especially of evangelical Christianity, would resist. That's heretical.
Right. You're right, but I think they get into trouble for that. And they really are, every one of these groups, I think, ends up being selective about their literalism and doing what we call a canon within a canon. They pick things. Not too many evangelicals are walking around with polygamous marriages. Well, why not?
Butler, you're breaking up on me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're breaking up on me.
It's actually clear.
I get one word and miss two.
It's coming out clear this end, but ironically, it's Ron, your mic. It's happening your end because yours is breaking up.
You may be the one that's breaking up, Ron.
Yeah,
what can he do? I mean, can he?
It sounds like a connection, not a Wi-Fi connection.
I came up closer, but just keep in mind, breaking up is hard to do.
Breaking up is never easy, I know.
There you go.
There's a tenor for you. Well, I think I shouldn't have used the word polygamy. I think for Ron, he's going to start breaking up on that. He's very much a one woman man.
Yeah, he's using an excuse for the microphone.
It's more than you could say about Butler.
Hey, we're on live here.
Ron, I think I think it's not about the distance of the mic. Have you got a microphone set up, or is it just coming from your computer? It's just your computer mic, is it?
I've never known that I had a microphone, so it must be my computer.
Yeah, no, there's something faulty with the computer mic, but we'll soldier on because most of it's coming through. Before
Now, is the little device that's getting my picture, does that do anything with the sound?
That does the sound and the audio. Sorry, the sound
Well,
and the
maybe I
video.
should, if I could read it, it would be
Oh, is it a
good.
separate unit? It's not part of the computer. Oh, well, that's what it is. It'll be the
It's just
plug-in.
it's just put on to the top of my computer.
Okay, so see around the back where the cable plugs into the computer, just make sure that's plugged in properly. Pull it out, put it back in again, and jiggle it a little bit.
We
While
won't
you're
lose him if he does.
while you're doing that, hopefully not. While you're doing that, and I'm getting a few notes
You
from.
know, wait a second. It's not plugged into my computer, but it's plugged into something else.
Yeah, just unplug it carefully and plug it back in.
Oh, now I gotta trace it back.
Now I'm getting messages from people saying they can hear us all right, so it's definitely fine. Mine and Jonathan's mic, and I think
I heard him breaking up earlier, and then he
yeah,
complained you were breaking up, but I think it's him again.
yeah. It's sadly it's a connection on his computer, his webcam. Those that are watching, just to give us a bit of technical advice, can you hear Ron's mic breaking up? Or is that coming through clearly? Because if it is, we'll just kind of persist.
This is
While
hilarious,
we're waiting
guys.
for that, Jonathan, someone has asked, can I call you John? Is that all right?
Sure.
Someone has said, will Jonathan
better.
Butler ever write his rumoured biography of Ellen White?
Well, I'm working on it. It has been slow, and I'm diverted by other things at times, both personal and professional. I was working on it when I was in my 30s, and then I left academic life for school teaching, basically, and then returned 30 years later. And in fact, I was in retirement by then, and this book, Ellen Harmon White, which Ron co-edited with Terry Amott and Gary Land. I did the introductory essay in that book and another essay later on in it. But that introductory essay was my first swipe at Ellen White in 30 years. But it got me, and the book was published in 2009. But that book, or that essay, gives you kind of a window into what I'm interested in doing with Ellen White, which is
Right.
to view her as a woman, and a woman of the 19th century, and in some respects, a woman who achieved a great deal, and is a kind of woman that feminist historians would be attracted to. Not that you would call her a feminist in maybe the usual sense, but she's a very interesting and accomplished person for her times.
Mm.
I think later Seventh-day Adventist women of the 20th and 21st century might be a little frustrated by her and think that she should have been more feminist. But I was trying to make the case that her life and career evolved, and there's much to admire in it. But I'm viewing her as a social historian, not as a believer.
Right.
And so I've come back to it, but I've come back to it with working on a different book that I was working on in my 30s. I mean, it's almost like I started over, because I had not been with the material for decades, and then I wanted to do something new with it. History had changed since I had been writing before, and so these are excuses, I guess, for why it's taken too long.
You might be glad of that, though, that you've come back to it with fresh eyes and a lot more information and wisdom, that is now in your own mind.
I think there's something to say for that. In other words, had I done the first book and gotten it done, it might not have been. I mean, it probably, people would no longer be reading that book because it would have been dated by now, maybe.
Yeah.
And we live in new times, and there's an interest in Ellen White now by non-SDAs that was not true, 3 decades ago. Yeah.
And are you writing it in a similar way that Ron did with Prophetess of Health, where you're almost an observer? You're not necessarily criticizing her. Are you writing it to put her into context, or what would you say the thrust of why you're writing it would be?
Yeah. Well, it's very much her life and times. It's an interpretive piece, but not from a believer's angle. I'm trying to introduce this person as a religious phenomenon, but also as a social and cultural figure. And ideally, you would not be able to tell whether I was a Seventh-day Adventist or had ever been one when you read the book.
Right.
But now, people know my background, and so, I'm not going to fool anybody. But the work I've done, the articles I've written, and so on over the years, people think of me as, they don't think of me as an insider who's writing about SDA history. I benefited from being an insider, but I look on as an outsider, but with empathy for these figures. I don't like the sort of toxic anti-Adventist approach that people take, but I also don't like the insiders kind of defense literature.
Yeah.
I don't want to be either one of those. So in a sense, I'm Ron Numbers has his own voice, and it's different from mine.
Yeah.
But I very much admire what he does. He admires what I do, but we're different.
Taken from a different approach.
Different personalities. But I think that we both share the idea that you don't bring theological presuppositions to your work.
Yeah. We'll just pause that for a second. So put your hand up, Ron, if you can hear us.
Can you speak? It's gotten worse.
I'm only laughing, Ron, if you can hear us, because it's making you sound a bit like Tweety Bird.
You should never have had him work on this.
No.
That was a disaster, because he was kind of okay before.
I know.
So it looks like what the dentist put you on, the laughing gas.
Ron, can you hear me? What? We can't really hear you. We are, but it's very chipmunk sounding. Can you?
What if he went off?
Yeah.
What if he went off like I did? Just leave and come back on.
I reckon that's what we might try and do.
I mean, you're not going to. He has to do it himself, though, right? Like I did.
Yeah, there's a button I can push that does send a message for him to accept to do that. Those that are watching, thanks for your patience. When it eventually gets to YouTube, we'll edit all of this out. It'll be seamless. So, Ron, if you can hear us, try and exit yourself. Here we go. He has done that. Let's just have a quick look here.
His name is still up there.
Yeah. I think this will fix it. It's lucky we're all willing to go nice and slow. Now, what
insulting person asked when my book was going to be done?
Yeah, that was me being a little bit. I'm buying into the way you guys do humor.
Now, is Ron back on? Was he off and now he's back on?
Let's have a
Can
look.
you hear me now?
Yes, and now,
Yes. You're a
Can
lot
you-
better.
Am I
than-
still a chipmunk?
no, you're not a chipmunk.
Okay.
Oh,
I
good.
lost everything for a few minutes.
And you're now not the top of the three pictures there either. So you've been demoted a little bit there, Ron.
Yeah, but do
I
not
deserve
try to
that.
fix anything again.
That was
Just-
my fault.
Just stay with who you are.
I
Stay with
wanted to interject when Butler was talking and monopolizing the conversation that I've read some drafts of the chapters, and it's beautifully written.
Mm,
If there were ever an Ellen White book that would turn into a movie, that would be it.
great.
No, it's as I say, he is by far the best stylist in the church, or out of the church even.
Well,
You're very
well,
kind.
and I think what's interesting too, that in hearing you chat a little bit there, Jonathan, about your style of writing, and we were talking about Ron's style without him able to interject, is that in some ways that you're almost trying to put a balanced view where people can then make decisions for themselves, maybe. And what was appealing to me when I read Ron's Prophetess of Health, that came across as well. It wasn't so judgmental, but there was a bit of a bias there. Would you say that if your biography ever gets out, that it's aiming to be just more of a balanced view of Ellen White in context?
Heck no.
Well, like I said, I think I think Ron and I have different voices, different styles. We are historians. We do not write as believers. We write as historians, and
Right.
we're complimented if you don't link us to any belief. But I'm probably by nature more empathic. I think Ron is more what Fiorenza, what was her, oh, I put it in that essay, Ron, the a more, the essay on you where I was contrasting you and Knight. I forgot the word now. My listeners out there will know what it is, but a kind of suspicious.
Church history essay?
The church history essay where I talked about a hermen. Yeah, here's the phrase. I think it's from Paul Ricoeur. A hermeneutical suspicion. Ron, by nature, has that in spades, which is vaunted in historical work and biblical work. It's not a criticism, but he has what you call hermeneutical suspicion. There's a lot of feminist historians who like to see that, and I think it comes out in his work, and it's a strength of his work. I tend to be maybe a little easier on my subject.
Right. If we just sort of chat a little bit about Glacier View, and we're this series that we're doing at the moment, or the podcast, I'm calling it Season 2, where we're focusing on Glacier View 40th anniversary, but not necessarily that we're saying that you have to tease into that and give us lots of information at all, because in many ways the Glacier View experience is kind of a metaphor for lots of things that have concerned Adventisms or caused tension, or it revealed a lot, and a lot of that is about Ellen White, visions, her view on the sanctuary. One of the things I'd like you to kind of discuss, if we could, is how did she actually change her view dramatically from the say the sanctuary investigative judgment view of the Great Controversy towards the end of her life, people often say, well, she ebbed and flowed and changed and, gained a greater understanding. How far did it change, and what was the change?
I don't know what Ron wants to say here, but I think that her life underwent change and evolution, and I think she was a different woman after James White died, and I think she was a different woman at 1888 than she had been in 1844. But I would not use the sanctuary doctrine as an illustration of that change. I think that was more harking back to what she would call the old landmarks. And I think that how it kind of fits into what we've been talking about is that I think the sanctuary doctrine, and the reason Des Ford got in such trouble over it, was because it is based on Ellen White. I mean, you cannot find, as much as they've tried, you cannot find in Daniel 7-9 or in Hebrews 9 a biblical basis for that doctrine. You've got the historicism of Daniel 7-9, which is a cockeyed sort of idea that, these dates, the 2300 days and all the little times in between were anticipated in Daniel 7-9 or Daniel 8 in particular. You can't even find 2300 days in Daniel 8. So, I mean, that's, you've got a doctrine it's probably the most novel SDA doctrine, but it's as wrong-headed as any of them, more so. And it requires Ellen White to buttress it. And Hebrews 9, Christ dies and enters the most holy place. I mean, it's, there's no 1844 in Hebrews. There's no 1844 in the New Testament anywhere. So what you have is a doctrine that is inextricably linked to Ellen White. And she is the elephant in the room. I mean, I don't mean any pun there, but at Glacier View. I mean, they're not talking about the Bible at Glacier. They're talking about Ellen White and how this erodes her authority to challenge this doctrine.
Yeah.
And I think they're most concerned about Des Ford, not because he disagrees with the doctrine, because most of them did sitting there. What they're most concerned is that he went public with it. And he was a popular guy, a charismatic lecturer and theologian, and people loved to hear him. And his tapes went out everywhere, and within hours of that lecture at the forum, people all over the world. Yeah. I mean, that's an old technology, but they were listening to those tapes. So my essay came out a month before. There were no tapes, and it was considered sort of an academic exercise, and there was a kerfuffle, but it blows over. Not with Ford. He was a much more magnificent and charismatic figure than I was as a lowly, junior faculty member writing an essay, And so they had to deal with him. But if he had just not talked about it, and there were many people, I don't mean to dominate this, but I mean, there were many people who felt that doctrine was going to atrophy and disappear on its own. And there were liberal SDAs that had no use for the doctrine, but said Ford should have just kept his mouth shut and it would have gone away. I mean, it's a little like the argument that slavery would go away if we didn't fight the Civil War. I think, you can quarrel with that, both arguments on slavery and on Des Ford. But they were upset that he brought it up because then it exposed everybody else who didn't believe in it. And ultimately, of course, it proved to be a disaster ecclesiastically when you lost all these ministers. But anyway, I mean, to reiterate, I mean, I think we are still talking about Ellen White when we talk about it. doctrine.
I interviewed Dr. Lyndon Rogers the other day, and at the end of the interview, he shared a letter that's come to light, and you guys might know about it already, that Neil Wilson wrote to Pearson, the former
Oh yeah, yeah.
president. And in that letter, he states that this is about the authority of Ellen White, nothing
Mhm.
else.
Interesting. Yeah,
Fascinating revelation, and that was before Glacier View. So
yeah,
I think
yeah.
the political wheels were turning to ensure, and maybe if you'd spoken up more, you would have been the subject of a Glacier View. They were wanting to draw a line under the further conversation.
Yeah. I
What
mean,
are your
I wasn't at Glacier View, but I knew plenty of people that were, and I ended up writing an article in the newspaper of the college where I was teaching at La Sierra, because Fritz Guy had been at Glacier View and wrote. He was involved in writing the consensus statement. He and Bill Johnson were two of them on that consensus statement. I don't know if there was a third. Consensus statement, by the way, that everybody could sign at the conference. I mean, the conservatives said, I can believe that statement on the sanctuary. I can sign it. And Des said, I can sign it. But they didn't they could have gone away then and said, okay, it's a love fest. But there was another working study that several theologians worked on, in which they discussed kind of the pros and cons of Des Ford's book that he did. And that was, like scholars do, they gave you the strengths and weaknesses. And instead of using the consensus statement, which was voted on at the conference and approved by members of the conference, they took that working statement that was not voted on, and no one intended to be used. In fact, they were told it would not be used against Ford, and they used that to defrock him.
The famous 10-point statement.
I think that's right. Yes.
Dr. Norm Young was involved with the writing of that statement, and he was one of our very first interviewees as well.
I think Jim Londas was on that. Maybe Hazel. I'm confused. It's been a while since I looked at that, but yeah.
And maybe and I'm going to get you to jump in a second, Ron, but maybe the women's ordination and the compliance document is the new Glacier View, because they're saying a similar thing. The Liberals are saying their critique of Des Ford was, if he'd just been a little bit quiet, it would have gone away. And people are saying that, look, if we stop trying to push women's ordination, and if we try, it'll come. The Liberals are just, it seems to me like we need people that are willing to put their flag in the sand and draw a line and be bold and brave, and the Liberals are saying, well, we didn't totally agree with Des, but they definitely agreed with a general view that this was an incorrect summation of the sanctuary. The investigative judgment was wrong, but they seem to be trying to kind of buy themselves a little bit of a mild rewrite, I think. And I said to one the other day, I said, well, no one ever really got to see what it was like to have a strong statement, a strong leader put forward a bold, I am going to speak loudly, I am going to nail this to the door, I am going to stand up for what I believe. No one's really had a leader like that in the last 40 years to even see if that model would have worked. They've always gone with this, well, let's just take our time, let's just kind of, and I don't know, maybe now's another opportunity if someone was able to make a big stand and go, no, we've had enough. We want women's ordination. We don't agree with the compliance document. Let's take action. But it seems to be, let's just see what happens. And I don't think it's going to, I don't think Ted Wilson will get back in, and you watch, the compliance document's going to be overrun. And I'm like, are you not seeing this train wreck happening?
Yeah.
Anyway, an interviewer shouldn't share his own thoughts. Ron, tell us.
The problem you've got in the church is you've got, 5% or so of the church in areas that would be sympathetic to women's ordination, and you got 95% and growing who are resistant to it, and so it's hard to work it out.
Well, I think the no vote was like Ellen White gave counsel that the unions were set up so that people in different parts of the world exhibiting different cultural outlooks could vote depending on their area and decide on their area, whereas the no vote was like, no, you're not even allowed to do that. And I think Ellen would have been, what do you guys think? Would she have been quite shocked with that?
With women's ordination?
No, with the concept of unions no longer having a certain autonomy to control decisions from their localized cultural, subcultural regions.
In other words, she would prefer a one-size-fits-all for the church, a universal?
No, she was more saying, you know, if you're in Australia and you're okay with women's ordination, you guys get to vote on the ground there. If you're from the South African Union, then you guys get to vote no if you want to. She seemed to have wanted to set up the unions to create a little bit of separation.
Yeah,
she was opposed. Yeah, decentralized. That's the word.
Yeah.
She opposed that kind of kingly, top-down GC leader rules the world globalizational thoughts on this.
Ron's been right in the middle of, with his Kellogg biography, he's been right in the middle of that whole dispute over reorganization and A.G. Daniels and Ellen White teaming up against Kellogg. And so I feel like Ron...
And against diversity.
Yeah.
And you know, her much quoted statement that God's highest authority on earth was the General Conference in session. Unless it served her own needs, I don't think she was interested in diversity at all.
Interesting. So her supposed support of diversity just was only coming at times when it supported her needs.
I think so.
I mean, you would maybe get more of it when she was in Australia, right? She's in an outpost, and she feels that Australia isn't being well served, and she sees that up close and personal. But when she gets back to town,
right,
the creek, then you're going to. And when she has her own man, A.G. Daniels,
right.
I mean, she was
and her own boy, Willie White,
right,
collaborating with Daniels.
I mean,
she only didn't want kingly power when it wasn't the king she wanted.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, she was married to an autocrat, and for many years, and worked with him. And I think, in some ways, she was relieved when he died. I mean, she was. She
What
mourned.
was James White married to? An egocentric prophet.
Yeah, but I think that in some ways she was relieved at his death, but she channeled his autocratic nature to some degree too. I mean, that was the model of control she knew.
And at least he had the saving grace of being mentally ill.
Can you
unpack? She believed, and many other church leaders believe, and he behaved that way.
Yeah.
Can you jump in, Ron, and tell us a little bit on those two things? One of your thoughts on her perhaps manipulating that power, and also your thoughts on what went down at Glacier View.
Well, I should say, by the time Glacier View came along, I wasn't following it a bit, and I haven't since then. All I know is what I picked up from people like Butler, somebody writing in Spectrum or something like that. I didn't read any of the documents. I had moved on to different scholarly projects. The only thing I remember is I moved to Madison in 1974 and briefly attended church here until somebody with whom I had gone to academy found out that I had been writing about Ellen White. It was 2 years before Providence appeared. And so the local conference called the General Conference, et cetera, and they sent out Bob Olson to preach a weekend series of 3 lectures denouncing me.
Wow.
And they had no idea what he was talking about, most of them. Maybe 1 or 2 did. But I had a friend from Loma Linda, Fred Norwood, who went with me to a Saturday afternoon session, and we didn't go to any of the others. But at the intermission or the end or something, Bob Olson came up to me and said, "Ron, do you believe the investigative judgment occurred on October 22, 1844? And I said, "I have no idea." "Well, you're not a Seventh-day Adventist then." But that was, I mean, I had not broached the topic of the investigative judgment or anything like that, but that was what was on his mind and defined who could be and shouldn't be in the Adventist church.
Mm. And that statement these days by the Liberals won't be heard. They'll say things like, "Oh, well, you don't hear it in the pulpits anymore, and it's not a key point, and let's focus on Jesus." But I think there's a bit of a, like I say, there's an elephant in the room. Until that's resolved, until the great controversy has been rewritten, I think it's going to rear its head quite often, because there are a lot of people in the church that do hold that exact view, that if you don't believe something actually happened in heaven that night, you aren't a Seventh-day Adventist.
Could have been daytime.
What's that?
You said night. I said it could have been daytime.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Didn't they wait till October 22?
Yeah, that's who I am.
It was daytime here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell us?
I was delighted that John could shed some light on this, because I have been and remain totally ignorant.
Mm.
Well, Ron has continued to be interested in SDA related subject matter, not exclusively, but he did Prophetess of Health. He also did a big book for which he's maybe even better known in the scholarly world, and that's the creationists, and that is, and George McCready Price and Ellen White occur early in that story. So he kept his hand in, he edited this Ellen Harmon White book. He's kept his hand in over the years in a maybe a detached way in a sense, but yeah, he didn't just remain immersed in the SDA historiography, which is to his credit,
And I think,
and as has been mentioned, I'm currently trying to finish up a biography of Kellogg.
Yeah.
And so the changing relationship between Kellogg and Ellen White is fairly central to what I'm saying. And I'm more and more of the opinion that you had 2 egocentric, domineering personalities clashing during that period. She was not very nice. She always covered her criticism with, "Well, God showed me," or "I saw evil angels around you, influencing you." But what she said to people whom she opposed was very sharp and unchristian.
Mm.
And Kellogg was as difficult as she was. He was smarter, and he knew it, and that didn't help out. And he was powerful, more powerful than the General Conference presidents in the late 19th century, and had more access to financial resources, which really bugged her when she was in Australia. and had the false vision about the new building in Chicago, which really undermined his belief in her prophetic nature.
Was that the one about the printing press burning down? Was it?
No,
What was
this
that?
was about she had read apparently a story in a New York paper that he was planning to build a big medical institution in Chicago. Apparently, while he was in Europe, some people associated with Battle Creek had talked about that, but it never developed. But she claimed God had shown her in vision that he had built this and condemned it. And that
It was already built, right? I mean, there was a big, wasn't there a photograph
never
of the
was
building?
built. Never
Yeah.
was built.
But
Right.
she did her vision say it was.
It was a false rumor that one of her visions endorsed. And for Kellogg and some of his colleagues in Battle Creek, that really shook their faith. There were other things, but that was a repeated criticism.
But by the way, Peter, this is just a little parentheses, but Ron was at a conference, and I'm not going to tell you where he was, but he was sitting with an editor from the Harvard Press. And he said, and he'd already done Creationists. Didn't it first come out with Harvard? Did the Creationists? The Creationists.
That was Knopf.
Yeah, Knopf. And anyway, he was sitting with this Harvard editor, and he said, I've always wanted to do a biography of Kellogg. And by the time he got home from the conference, there was a letter from Harvard Press with a $30,000 check enclosed asking him to do a biography of Kellogg.
Wow.
So it's completely mercenary.
It was over lunch, and she was just fishing around for projects I might know about. And somehow I said, boy, the one person I'd really like to dig into more was Kellogg. And so maybe a week or two later, I got an invitation with an advance of 30,000, right? But they only paid it in thirds. So there was never a check for 30. There was a check for 10, John. That's why I haven't shared more with you.
Okay, well, I wanted to tell the story with a little more flourish, but that's the more accurate. Yeah, I'll go with that one.
And you can expect a little more flourish in his biography of Ellen White, too.
Awesome.
I think you ought to mention, John, your extremely influential essay on the historian as heretic, which has been assigned in church history classes in major universities.
What's it called?
I'm not exaggerating. John?
What's it called, John?
It's The Historian as Heretic, in which it ends up as an introduction to Ron's, the later editions of his book, on Prophets of Health. But it's telling the whole sort of furor around the publication of the book and the opposition he faced and the tensions between historians and believers. And it was kind of, there's a personal aspect to it, as well as the career factors to it. So his book, Prophets of Health, gets assigned. When I was at the conference in Portland, Maine, on that Ellen White book, a guy from Duke, Grant Wacker, was there, and he said, "Well, we assign, Ron's book in my classes, and they read your introduction, and that really gets them." He said it partly because a lot of students that he had there at Duke came from religious backgrounds, came from sort of conflicted backgrounds in a way, because here they were at the big bad Duke University, and they were coming from more conservative. So hearing Ron's story going through that affected them. And a Yale professor, by the way, named John Butler, but he would assign it at Yale, and he said the same thing. The kids would react to Ron's story. I turned Ron into a cult figure. he was just an historian before I got a hold of him, and then I gave him this aura of cultism
And mystery.
and he's lived on that since then. You know, he would have been a much more,
I gave Butler access to all my correspondence,
yeah.
including the correspondence with my family. So a fair amount of this essay was about the turmoil that I went through with my family, as well as with the church.
Mm.
Yeah, he was extremely organized. I mean, he had transcripts of calls from people.
Wow.
You know, I mean,
You want to talk about Ron Graybill?
You've got it in you've got secret recordings.
Yeah. I mean, one of the interesting wrinkles to it all is I was a little hard on Ron in the essay because he was working at the White Estate. He was rooming.
You're talking about Graybill now.
Yeah, Ron Graybill. Yeah.
Hard on Graybill, not numbers.
Right. So Graybill was working at the White Estate at the time, and Ron came to the White Estate to do his research. And the two of them roomed together because Ron Numbers was working on a book at Johns Hopkins, and Graybill was going to Johns Hopkins for his PhD. And so he would come up and they would kibitz about Ellen White material while Ron was in.
He spent one night a week with me, and we would usually have dinner together that evening.
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing illicit about them rooming together. I just throw that in as color, you know. But, you know, they were together. And then Ron would...
On my part, there was nothing illicit.
but Ron Graybill he was, I think, very interested in what Ron was doing and would feed him material. And and they would talk about it. But then Ron couldn't tell his boss what he was doing. You know, there was a little bit of the double agent there in Ron. And that's what, but then later he's an apologist defending the White Estate against Ron. And so it made one of those, that's part of that story. And I might be a little more sympathetic to Ron if I retold the story, but it's there in print and it's not going anywhere, you know.
Did Ronnie?
Well, let me tell you one anecdote from that period, which was very meaningful for me. So Graybill comes up for his weekly visit and says, "Look, one of the researchers at the White Estate discovered a report Ellen White had written from Dansville, where she had taken her boys in for a phrenological head reading." Well, I had a passage on phrenology, and I thought, wow, this is fantastic, given that she really condemned phrenology. And so we plotted how I might get a chance to see it. Oh, and Arthur White had said right away, do not let Ron Numbers see this document. So we decided I would wait a number of weeks and then drive down to DC, an hour away, and ask Arthur White if he was aware.
Oh no, I think.
No, we lost you. Ron, we've lost you. And you didn't do anything. Do you have...
Hang on, he did press a button. I'm just seeing.
Look down at do you see audio with a red line through it?
There we go.
How's this? I unmuted myself.
Yep, there we go.
There you go. Yeah.
So I go down there and I ask Arthur White if he knows of any documents that might shed some light on this, knowing that they had just found this one. And he said, no, I can't think of anything. And then he called one of his associates, could have been Olson. Brother Olson, do you know of any? It was the person who had discovered this document. No, I can't think of any additional documents. And that stymied me. because I couldn't believe that they would lie to my face.
Mm.
That was beyond anything I conceived. And I thought
Shocking.
I had them. And just bold-faced, they both lied right to me.
Did
So
you
I don't remember how I finally saw it. I finally saw the document, but I don't remember how I got access to it.
did you ever get the opportunity to say to them that you knew that they knew?
No, I didn't.
Did you get a chance to chat to Ronnie G later on and say to him you weren't too happy with his critique of you post all of that?
Well, there was one point before the appearance of the book when the White Estate prepared a chronology of their relationships with me. It was probably 10 or 11 pages. And so I decided maybe it's time I prepare a chronology. Well, I sent Graybell a copy and said, what do you think of this? Well, I got a tearful phone call begging me not, it would have led to his firing then, because I had the times he had helped me out, et cetera, et cetera. And a few friends of mine really wanted me to release it because they didn't respect Graybell. But he said, you know, just let me get my kids through school and let me get my PhD. And, you know, it was very personal. Anyway, so I held off. It still hasn't been released, although I still have it. So when the book comes out, the White Estate sends Graybell from college campus to college campus to denounce me. And he privately was very supportive, had been very supportive. And one phrase that he uttered at Loma Linda when he was talking to a large audience there that I'll never forget: Ron Numbers is a wildly irresponsible historian.
Wow.
Now, you probably know that Graybell finally finished his dissertation at Hopkins and then edited it and sent a fake copy to the White Estate, which got him fired. So talk about devious.
They saw the real, yeah, they saw, there were two dissertations, one for Johns Hopkins and one for the White Estate. And, and they ended up seeing the one that he submitted to Hopkins. Somebody sort of pirated publication of it. Doug Hackelman got onto it and got it, and the White Estate found out that he had given them a document.
I know how it happened. It wasn't Doug Hackelman. There was a layman in Alabama who wanted to read it. He had heard that Graybell had written this dissertation largely about Ellen White. And he called Johns Hopkins and said he wanted to obtain a copy. And well, I guess he had talked to University Microfilms first, and they said, for this one, you need permission of Hopkins. And he talked to some low-level person in the office and said, well, all of our dissertations are available, and gave permission for him to get it. Within 48 hours, I had a copy. I mean, this guy had bought a bunch of copies and mailed them out. But that's how the first real copies got released.
Yeah, that isn't the story that Ron tells, but that I need to check with him. That's interesting. I mean, he said that Hackelman tried to get a copy from him, and Ron refused him. And so
I'm not surprised.
And Hackelman then went to Microfilms, and that's what did it. But I mean, we're talking about the same process. It's just now. I wanted to say one other thing, Peter, that I think would be interesting here is when Ron had done, you know, he had a draft in hand of his book, Prophetess of Health. Then Graybell and Richard Schwartz, who was an historian and the chair of the history department at Andrews, the two of them sat down with Ron's Ron's book in draft form across from Ron, and they went over it line by line.
They had a folder for each chapter.
Yeah, and each. I mean, I'm telling this story. You should tell this. But the point was that if they both agreed, if both Schwartz and Graybill agreed that this ought to be out of there or rewritten or whatever, Ron said, I will do it. But if one of you sides with me and the other is against the two of us, then I'm going to leave it in. And so everything you see in Prophetess of Hell is agreed upon by one of those two guys and Ron.
Wow.
And Ron.
Why did you allow them that kind of overseeing capability?
Well, I wanted it to be as accurate as possible. As I said, Graybill came from the White Estate. They had tried to prevent publication, but I already had a contract with Harper's. So they brought loose leaf notebooks full of documents for each chapter, some of which was valuable to me.
Okay.
And we went through, over a weekend, we went through chapter by chapter. And if they could point out errors, I was happy to correct them. There weren't a lot. Schwartz had been my first chair when I briefly taught at Andrews University.
Right.
And I respected him, and I had worked closely with Graybill. In fact, when the first 4 chapters of Prophetess were finished, I sent them in confidence to Ron Graybill for comments. And he promptly turned them over to Arthur White.
Wow. So the meetings you had that Jonathan was just talking about, you weren't having them so that you could soften your book and make sure it was towing the line. You were doing it so that you could kind of almost...
I wanted it to be as impeccable as possible.
Yes, that's right. So they couldn't later on come and say, oh, you got that wrong. Yeah.
I mean,
well, they did. But they
shouldn't have. They did anyway, yeah.
The review of the book, the White Estate review of the book was longer than the book. And it was the most deeply researched and critiqued, pre-publication of a manuscript that you could ever imagine. I mean, they had
and ad hominem. Very ad hominem.
Yeah.
Arthur White had gone up to New York to meet with my publisher, expecting that he could convince the publisher at Harper's that this book was so flawed, this manuscript was so flawed, they shouldn't publish it.
Boy, that's telling.
Neither one of them realized at the time that my contract was not the customary one that when Ron Numbers submits a satisfactory manuscript, it said Ron Numbers has submitted a satisfactory. So they had committed in writing to publishing it. Well, the editor told Arthur White, well, send your criticisms to Ron so he can correct any errors are in there. Well, it was too ad hominem for Arthur White to agree to that. So that's why the White Estate arranged that 2 people I knew well would come to Madison for a weekend and go over each chapter with me so that I wouldn't be too upset.
Mm. Sorry, Jonathan, go ahead.
Well, this may be kind of an inside baseball comment, but when Don McAdams did his manuscript on the John Huss chapter in the Great Controversy and the errors in it and the literary dependence of it and so on, Gerhard Hazel wrote a response to a critique of the McAdams manuscript, but he insisted that the White Estate not show it to McAdams. He said, don't let him see it. Don't let him see my critique. So, this is a kind of thing that's done, evidently.
Do you think that there are some mighty revelations to be found in the White Estate that are still being kept secret?
Sure. Well, I tell you one that I only discovered through Helping Hands a few years ago. So there was a big to-do after Prophetess appeared. And some rumors circulated that Graham Maxwell had paid me to write this, and that he had taken money, and people had gotten into credit union records, and he had indeed taken out $20,000 or $30,000 to buy some property, and all that was illegal for these little preacher investigators to come up with. One thing I never suspected, because Maxwell and Jack Brabantia were the two liberals.
At Loma
I
Linda,
discovered,
iconic teachers there, for the reader,
only a few years ago, I learned and saw a report that Jack Brabantia wrote to Arthur White trashing me.
Wow.
A long letter. And that was opposite to the reputation he had in Loma Linda. And that's probably why he wrote it, because he was often under suspicion for being too liberal.
Right.
But I hated to see that, and I suspect there are more documents floating around like that.
Mm. Just as kind of a side issue, not side issue, but just going back, I asked John to share some of his thoughts on Ellen White's changing of views about the investigative judgment in the sanctuary over time. And I think, John, I'm correct in saying that you said perhaps not so much that pillar, but she definitely changed in other areas. But Ron, we didn't hear your answer to that. Someone's just reminded me that we're interested in what your thoughts are on her changing views of the sanctuary and investigative judgment. And
As I told you, I have no clue.
Okay.
I have
And
not followed that.
What about in your studies though?
Well,
So not in relation
yeah.
to Glacier View.
I don't know about Glacier View.
Yeah, or even in relation to what the church thinks now, but just from your study.
In regard to health writings, Kellogg through the 19th century was very helpful in cleaning up some of her silly comments from the 1860s. And introduced her, her writings changed from, I forget what she used in the 60s but they became germs in the late 19th century. That was all Kellogg's doing. He was tutoring her, and so there was some updating of health writings. And maybe some of the first writings were on the evils of masturbation, and God had shown her people masturbating, blah, blah. I mean, just ridiculous stuff that she wrote about the evils and physical harm that could result from masturbating. And she would have visions of ministers masturbating after they left church meetings.
Did she publicly say that? Did you?
Her imagination, but that got toned down. And by the time she published Ministry of Healing in 2005, as I recall, it was a pretty general treatise.
Right.
It didn't have all the cockamamie stuff that had appeared earlier. And I think that was the last thing she wrote on health. although in condemning Kellogg, she continued to write against Battle Creek and the evil influences that were coming out of Battle Creek. So she did change. I'm not sure that she was even aware of it. By the time this was happening, she had bookmakers, and Kellogg maybe just passed things on to them and said, nobody is talking mid-19th century stuff. We're talking about germs now. The exact mechanics of how that took place remain unclear to me. So that's all I know.
Yeah, okay. So
if you wanted to relate the two here, the sanctuary and the health writings, I think the sanctuary doctrine is a product of the early Ellen White, and
the what?
The early Ellen White. It's to overcome the failed Second Coming. The sanctuary doctrine arose. And it's more of an interior doctrine. It's the way Seventh-day Adventists traditionally over the years have defined themselves to themselves.
Yeah.
Now, the health writings were the product of a later Ellen White who is now coming into her own a bit in a different way. She's going public beyond the church. I mean, you're building sanitariums and hospitals. You're building schools out of this later Ellen White, less theological maybe than social. And it was an exterior Ellen White. And it was kind of it became Seventh-day Adventists' best foot forward to the public. In other words, now, you had to clean up the early Ellen White on health, and Kellogg, as Ron is saying, did this. But as she matured and edited out the crazy stuff, pretty soon you had a college of medical evangelists, at least in the wake of her career, and Loma Linda University. So for Seventh-day Adventists who remained a little introverted about the sanctuary, and when they come into a place like the QOD with Walter, Martin and
Barnhouse.
Yeah, Barnhouse. They're still trying to kind of keep that a little in the wings. They don't want that to be out. But health was this great PR for the church, right? And so Ron Numbers comes along in the 70s and picks a topic that the Seventh-day Adventists feel this is a great one for us. And I think at the very first, Arthur White welcomed Ron to the White Estate for his research. This is a Branson, his grandfather is W.H. Branson, a General Conference president. He's picking this topic. He's coming from Loma Linda Medical School, and he's picking this topic of Ellen White and health. And to then shatter that in a sort of iconoclasm and show some of the skeletons in the closet of that issue, I think made it particularly for Arthur White and many Seventh-day a betrayal. We've they could expect to be outed maybe on the sanctuary, but not on health.
In fact, it's interesting that a lot of the liberal folk that I've spoken to who don't believe anything happened October 22, 1844, say, but at least providentially we have a church that has the Sabbath, this wonderful health movement, and the education system.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's time for people to once again take a look at Ron Numbers' third edition Prophetess Health with the extra bits that have been added, because that might help, reshape some of that narrative and open their minds a little bit to some of the background of that.
Yeah.
And I guess, Mormons have a great health message, and there's other providential movements that have grown that have great education systems and health practices.
But the mainstream Mormons went mainstream health about the end of the 19th century. They had been, as Ellen White had been promoting hydropathy, they had been promoting Thomsonian medicine, which is a botanical medicine. And it was only right at the end of the 19th century that they started imbibing of regular medicine.
That's what I was going to say.
So
What's the
there's a
difference?
parallel story there. Yeah.
Yeah. When you talk about, what is it, solitary vice that you were talking about earlier?
John knows more about that than I do.
But with Kellogg, though, he. But cheeky.
Yeah.
But with
let me excuse myself for a moment. I'll be back.
but with Kellogg, he had some very unique practice to try and stem the tide of solitary vice in young boys, including somehow stitching up the foreskin of boys. What was the story behind that?
Well, he had a whole litany of symptoms and a whole catalog of treatments. One of them was if you had a young boy, or not so young actually, maybe an adolescent boy, who was masturbating and hadn't been circumcised, you circumcise him without anesthesia. And that if it didn't permanently cure the kid, at least temporarily, it would cease. Speaking of solitary vice and masturbation, I requested near the end of my time at Loma Linda, you had to get permission from a couple of committees at the White Estate to quote from unpublished documents. And I had submitted a request, I don't know for how many, maybe a half a dozen or so. Arthur White flew out to talk to me in my office. And one of them related to masturbation. And he said something like, "Brother Numbers, do you believe this?" And I said something like, "I think those would be some of the most difficult statements to defend." And I think I disappointed him that I didn't condemn masturbation. I didn't know what it was, but I had friends who were experienced masturbators. So.
Oh dear.
His lab studies. Yeah.
In lab studies. We are live. Well, wasn't there's some reports that even the making of cereal, going vegetarian, were all to help lessen the libido, lower the libido?
Those are they're in textbooks, even psychology textbooks, and it's garbage.
Yeah, but that's kind of why
I mean, one of the perpetrators of this, with whom I had a fair amount of exchange many years ago, was John Mooney from Australia, who then became the leading sexologist at Johns Hopkins. And he wrote a book about Kellogg and that. But as far as I can tell, the truth about flake cereals was that Kellogg, that is, had come up with a granola that was very similar to something that Dr. Jackson at Dansville had created. But he changed the recipe a little bit, and instead of calling it granola, called it granula, or vice versa. Well, as you know, if you've eaten that, it's very crunchy. And one of the patients at the Sand had broken her new set of false teeth on that. And she insisted that he reimburse her for the expense. So that was one of the motivators. Now, he did think a vegetarian diet would reduce libido, but it wasn't the immediate cause for his searching for flake cereals, which were in some respects serendipitous, the discovery of that. I don't know that I have much more to add.
Yeah. Well, I think lots of medical practices and thoughts and concepts were quite flawed in that time period, and things have evolved to a more rational kind of state now.
That's our conceit.
What's that?
That's our conceit.
Yeah.
As a historian of medicine, the medical truths of the various centuries have all given way to new insights, and I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'd be surprised if it didn't happen again, that what we regard as absolute scientific truth will change in the future.
Yeah, and that's what I'm glad you said. I was wanting you to say something along those lines because the claim that, well, that's what they knew then, and now we know this now. But the difference is that Ellen White was having visions to confirm these errors.
Exactly.
And that's something that makes it a little bit more concerning.
But not necessarily to confirm the errors, to introduce many of the errors.
Yes.
But I think that one thing to be said here is that when Numbers' book came out, many of his severest critics were sort of the professional community at Loma Linda and in the medical school, who had sort of repressed the whole idea, if they ever knew it in the first place, that the Seventh-day Adventists came out of a sectarian medical background. There was this fringe medicine and health reform that they initially taught, and that Ellen White had seen and vision. So they thought of Loma Linda University with its high degree of professionalism and conventional medicine, as they thought of this as though it had always been that way.
Right.
And so Numbers comes along and really is more faithful to the history and more faithful to what Ellen White herself had believed and taught. So it's ironic, that they're complaining to him about a story that is really more in keeping with the SDA story.
Yeah.
Well,
it shows the effectiveness of the cover-up.
Yeah.
There was a big divide at Loma Linda. I don't know whether it continues to exist, but in the 60s and 70s, a huge divide between the medical school and the School of Health, which was a public health institution. And the leaders in the School of Health, including Mervyn Hardy, who collaborated with the White Estate on the reply to me, wanted to validate Ellen White. And probably the worst joke I ever uttered was in a meeting in Riverside when they wouldn't let us meet on campus right after the book appeared. And somebody asked about masturbation. And I said, well, does it cause insanity? And I said, well, the faculty at the School of Health have been testing this, and they found it true. And it took a few seconds for the ripple to occur.
Because you said it with your classic straight face. You've caught me a couple of times too.
Sorry.
I think the School of Public Health, and I don't know what it's like now. I imagine that there's more sophistication there and more change. But the School of Health was like the sect within the church,
Exactly. Exactly.
Loma Linda was the church and this was the sect. And it doesn't surprise me that the White Estate would gravitate to them for their defense, and they would offer it against the book. But in some ways, again, ironically, the School of Health was more in sync with the early Ellen White, and Ron was telling the story of the early Ellen White.
Yeah.
Ron, was she deliberately lying, or did she believe her own press? Was she convinced
That's hard to
she was
tell.
having visions? Is there an evil thread of manipulation here?
Early in her ministry, as most people would know, when she started having visions, which were no different from the experiences of a lot of other people in her culture at that time who were mesmerized. She feared that she was being mesmerized. The phenomena associated with her visions was identical to the phenomena associated with mesmerism and spiritualism. The only difference was the content, and she was the only witness to the content. These were satanic delusions, and hers had come from God. But she doubted this for a while and was struck dumb. She couldn't tell the difference between her early visions and mesmeric trances. I think with the support of a initially very small community of people who validated that her visions were from God, that she perhaps came to believe them.
Right.
And I think rather than being deceptive, I would favor more that she was deluded into believing. I mean, she thought she was taken off in vision and had wings and taken off to see things in heaven, that she was taken back to see the week of creation, that she would see secret sins of people, that she, and the more that a community endorsed her claims, the stronger her beliefs became. And instead of being seen as maybe sick or deluded, she probably stepped right into that new persona.
You mentioned earlier that it could have been a mental health issue, not just your normal grassroots delusion that a lot of us suffer from, and also that coupled with that, she may have had some kind of almost a pathology with it, like an egocentric sociopathic kind of bent.
I don't know that she was sociopathic, but she certainly had some serious mental problems.
I think in your later edition,
Histrionic personality disorder would be one of them.
Sorry, you cut out. Then what was that?
Histrionic personality disorder.
Well, I think you mentioned in your later edition you had someone help you analyze some of her writings, and there's a chapter or something included there. Is that right?
Indeed. Ellen White on the Mind is the mind of Ellen White. And this was my ex-wife, Janet, who was a postdoc at the Menninger Foundation, was a clinical psychologist. And we collaborated on this study. We actually presented it before publication to the annual meeting of of Adventist psychiatrists. And Ron Grable was there to comment and conceded that she had dissociative experiences. But most of the psychiatrists there, as far as we could tell, agreed with what we were saying. And one of the senior Adventist psychiatrists said, well, if a patient came in presenting the symptoms that she had, I don't know the way you have. But I would be wrong if it were Ellen White.
Sorry, that last paragraph or couple of sentences cut out.
I would, if I had a patient, I would agree with your diagnosis. If it were Ellen White, I would be wrong.
Oh,
yeah. Let me just turn Ron's point, which I find very good. This whole line you're talking about here, Peter. I think that Ellen White would not have been taken seriously, would not have been listened to at all without visions. In other words, she couldn't be a Jay and Andrews in that community, or a Joseph Bates, who who went off and studied things and came back and said, here's my opinion on this exegesis or this theology. She had to say, I saw this in vision.
Mm.
And you find her all along, Joseph Turner, she said, well, I'm not going to talk to him, until I write out my visions, or Andrew's coming to her and saying, that sounds like Milton. Well, I've got him on the high shelf,
Yeah. Doesn't that lend itself to being deception, not just delusion?
Well,
being interpreted as.
Yes. And it's her insistence on being insulated from the world. She was never as insulated as she'd like to claim. I mean, it just, she was immersed in what was going on. She was reading things. She was gossiping with people. Letters came into the review about some church problem. Well, she read those letters, many of them unpublished, by the way, but she had access to them. There was all this was a small community. It was like internet going on all the time.
Yeah.
But I think and certainly in the health writings, she said, it's there's these books, but I've left them in the wrappers. I'm not, I haven't read them yet. I'm going to write out my views. Well, George Knight, who would approach much of this material in his own way, and maybe with a more apologetic twist than with that hermeneutical suspicion. But still, he said in the Festschrift to him, Adventist Maverick, she may have fudged on, what she saw in the health ratings. I mean, for one thing,
he said that and used that word.
He used the word fudged, and he was, it's a little bit minimalizing it, but he was agreeing in a sense that integrity could have been an issue here.
Yeah.
But again, I think Ron is trying to say, and I agree with his line here, that the delusional explanation gets you out of the fraud thing. I mean, if she thought herself inspired, these were visions, these weren't just something she dreamed about because she had read it before or whatever. I think that the prophet fraud approach to her, I think, is too limiting. It may reveal some things, but I don't think it gives you an adequate or a whole picture of her.
Yeah.
And if we can believe contemporary accounts, there were physiological changes that took place during her daytime visions, when she would not breathe as well, etc. Maybe her arms became stiffer or something, so that there was some evidence to observers that it wasn't just in her mind, but her whole body was going into a different state.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I got in huge doses from your book, Ron, Prophetess of Health, was how well informed she was. So these things that Jonathan's talking about with the book on the shelf and this in wrapping, and I didn't chat with him till afterwards. Your book, one of the big revelations to me is, wow, no, she was fully up on the latest gossip, up on the latest trends, would visit the health retreats. She was right on the cutting edge of the latest news.
Mm-hmm. But that needs to be qualified. She was on the cutting edge of the marginal water cure development.
Right.
She was
on the cutting.
Know anything about regular medicine. She wasn't following homeopathic medicine or eclectic medicine. It was pure hydropathy and water cure.
She was well informed on the information she presented as coming a little bit more from her. It was actually based on good information on the specific areas she was interested in.
It was based on information. I don't know how good it was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, uh, yeah, she was passionate about certain things and up to date about certain things, but those certain things may not have been accurate. But she
Yeah.
certainly knew
Indeed.
about them. Um, uh, do you think that like this, and this is harkening back to the glacier view, the church obviously wants to protect the image of Ellen White. It sees a power in being able to have her presented a certain way. Um, the Liberals are happy to kind of live with a kind of a varied, watered down view, maybe. And that was then. This is now. Let's move on. It's all going to come good. Let's sing Kumbaya. Um, do you think though that what kind of a stand could the church make if it really wanted to be honest?
Well, I think you have to decide what kind of Ellen White you want. And do you want Ellen White as a John Wesley or a Martin Luther? Or do you want Ellen White as a Joseph Smith or a Mary Baker Eddy? Those are two different models of, and I think what's happened with many North Americans and Europeans and many Aussies, what I would call a Western world, they're uncomfortable with that sort of cult prophet type figure, and they want more of a founder. They're willing to acknowledge their indebtedness to her, her importance in the development of the movement, but they don't like this sort of miraculous Ellen White or this adamant sort of autocratic Ellen White. Every line literally take. So you're in. I mean, it depends where you are in the church, I imagine, and I'm curious and don't know enough about the Ellen White in Latin America, or the Ellen White in Africa, or in many places.
Very traditional.
Yeah, I think they are much more in line with that traditional Ellen White. Now, I think part of what changes Ellen White for people is education. It is social mobility, and Ellen White is at the origins of that. I mean, she's telling us to go to school. She's telling us to, develop and to be socially mobile. She was very much into middle class and gentrification. As a result of that, she loses the kind of follower she had initially. She develops a different kind of Seventh-day Adventist, and in a sense, she's responsible for it. She
Butler,
set something in motion.
You're not about to claim that she was a Victorian lady, are you?
I'm going to get this book done before you're dead. And that's why whenever I talk to you on the phone, I say, how are you doing? How do you feel? Stay quarantined.
Peter, John has gotten into trouble with some female Adventist scholars for trying to portray Ellen White as a Victorian lady.
I see.
So I was pimping him a little bit.
Yeah, I thought there might have been a backstory there. Do you think when George Knight said that she may have fudged things, to me I go, okay, yep, I agree, and maybe she was deluded, maybe she fudged things. I often then take the next step and say, why does someone do that? Was she doing it for power? Was she doing it for fame? Was she doing it for money? Did James see money?
She was extremely ambitious. That's one characteristic that has been played down in too much of the literature on Ellen White. She always denied that she was. She was just little Ellen White, a messenger with a message, etc. No, she was very ambitious. She was almost cutthroat in the way she treated rivals. And we shouldn't forget that.
So that's kind of almost a power justification. Do you think James saw money in it, like wheeling his wife around to different places, demonstrating videos? They almost had a show put together. They'd come to a
He
town.
did. Even in the Civil War, he made money.
He'd talk a bit about her, and then she'd have a vision, and then they'd sell their track.
Oh,
He made one of his
I
classic
do
lines
believe
is
there was that aspect to it. Yeah.
yeah. One of his classic lines is, "There's gold in our pens."
Really?
Yeah. And so he was, he's a promoter.
There's a
What
gold
Joshua-
in what? I missed that.
Gold-
There's gold
in our pens, PENS. In
I
other
thought
words,
you said pants.
Pants.
pens.
Well, she
Well,
did
that
have.
was-
She did
I
have
didn't
the.
understand.
You're not talking about the American female dress pantsuit she had there.
No,
There you
that was
go.
actually-
Yeah.
There was no gold in that. So gold in the pens. That's a very interesting thing to say.
I've never heard that phrase before.
Yeah.
I'm
But,
learning a lot tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua Himes to William Miller, the promoter to the
Yes.
sort of charismatic guy, is very similar, I think, to the James White to Ellen White. I mean, they were a tandem,
Yeah.
and it is no accident that she defined herself as a writer and he was a publisher.
And I mean, I think it's important to note that some people around the William Miller movement made a lot of money from the newsletters that were going out that people were having to buy. And Ellen and James were traveling around and selling these items. I'm not even saying.
It may be uncharitable to say so, but William Miller was one of the few Millerites who never sold his farm. I mean, he when 44 came, he was fine financially.
Well, yeah, interesting. I didn't know that either. And he was trying to tell, was it Hines, did you say? Not to set another date.
Yeah. I think he was uncomfortable with October 22. I mean, they had to twist his arm to get him into that. Yeah.
Talking about women and the history of the church here, and I think a lot of women, and that's why some women would criticise you, John, if you implied that she was a Victorian era, because there's a lot of strength and inspiration they gain from the strengths that they can see exhibited with Ellen White. But I'd love to know more about Ellen White's twin sister and Fanny Bolton and Marion Davis. There doesn't seem to be much information out there about those three. Could you point me in a direction somewhere that would further inform me?
Well, the Graybill has just done a book on visions and revisions is the title, and then the subtitle is something about the textual history of Ellen White, and it's been published by Oak Press, and but I mean, it was not kosher enough to be published by Pacific Press,
Okay.
but it is a SDA Press, Oak and Acorn. He does cover all of these. He covers Marion Davis, Fanny Bolton briefly. I mean, it's a slim monograph. But you can see his footnotes. You can read his story
Okay.
and then pursue it a little bit.
Further.
Fanny Bolton is a very interesting story, and she tells her own story too. And Marion Davis, fascinating. I think Marion Davis was conflicted about Ellen White's literary dependency, but she was very loyal to Ellen White. Ellen White did kind of put her at arm's length later in her career, which was sad, and put Chrysler kind of as the head guy. Fanny Bolton seemed a little unstable. I mean, she would vacillate back and forth on Ellen. She was probably the most talented as far as a literary handling of literary material, and the most educated in Ellen White's circle. And Ellen White was unstable herself in the sense she kept rehiring the woman. after, trashing her.
Yeah.
So,
They
the-
alleged that she had mental health problems, and
yeah,
the church
but
loves to kind of
None
attack
of
the
us,
person, not the
none of
ball.
us refer to Bolton as the John Butler of her time.
Who did?
The best writer and well-educated or moderately well-educated. Yeah, I think there's a parallel there.
He's the man that really ghost wrote your book, then, is he?
Yeah, and I'm thinking of a transgender operation, so it's all going to work out.
And what about her? What about Ellen White's sister? We kind of hear nothing about her. I'm surely she wrote
Exactly.
something.
She never. There's a little debate on whether they were identical or fraternal twins. Ron may have an opinion on that. I think she never became an SDA. I mean, there were family members, Harmon family members, who did. She never did. Elizabeth
Just
never
a few.
What's that?
Just a few.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But she, I don't think they were that close. I mean, there was some correspondence, but Ellen was in her own world, and Elizabeth. I've got a buddy in Angwin who thinks somebody ought to write a novel, historical novel, on Ellen White from Elizabeth's point of view.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating.
Yeah.
But where would they draw their information from? There doesn't appear to be any books about her. She didn't seem to write anything down.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would be her. I mean, it would be a novel, but it would be her voice about her sister. So
Right.
it could be an interesting slant.
Hey.
The title he wants is Sister White's Sister.
That's great.
Excellent.
The movie.
You're not going to name this friend?
What's that?
Butler isn't going to name this dear friend?
Or should I? I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it's no problem. It's Eric Anderson and I have talked about this over the years. If time should last, this could happen.
What? Now that you've said that, Jonathan, what are your thoughts on the imminent return, the imminent soon return of Christ as portrayed by Seventh-day Adventists?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a problem for Christians. First century Christians look for the end, very soon. I mean, I don't think there's any chance they expected to get to the end of the first century. And Seventh-day Adventists similarly, look for a soon end. I think it really stretches the idea of soon. Both Christians and Seventh-day Adventists. Not that they're mutually exclusive, but I mean, Seventh-day Adventists. This remark has been made by several historians. It's noteworthy that Seventh-day Adventists, for caring so much about the other world, do a fair amount in this one. If you really track a Seventh-day Adventist life, I mean, they're buying homes and cars, and they're getting professional degrees, and they're respectable people. It's not. They don't seem to be
Practicing what they preach.
Yeah, no, I think things have changed, and so I.
Do you believe in the second coming of Christ?
Sorry, say that again, Ron. You cut out. Yeah, that last question you just asked John cut out. Can you ask it again?
I said, wasn't the question being asked, does John believe in the second coming of Christ?
You were talking about soon. You want me to address that question?
No, I just said second coming.
Or the second coming? What were you asking, Peter? What?
Uh,
Was I evading your question?
no, you weren't evading, but I was interested in your personal thoughts as well as what you thought the church was thinking on this imminent soon return and
Yeah, I
how.
really don't give it any thought whatsoever. I, I mean, let's say, not as a believer, I don't think of the end, and Christ will come at the end. I don't give that thought at all.
Ellen White kind of said several times, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Lord would have returned during that generation if they'd followed the third angel's message more closely and done and adhered to her advice. What are your thoughts on that? And am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, she sort of laid guilt on Seventh-day Adventism and Seventh-day Adventists for the delay. If you think about it, I mean, it's a fairly grisly idea that we woke up today and we have another day to live because of something we've done wrong. And wars come and go, and pandemics come and go, and genocide comes and goes. And this is all on us as Seventh-day Adventists because we have not done enough. So it is, I mean, I think we could cycle back to Glacier View in a sense and to Des Ford, whose real objection to the sanctuary doctrine was that it undercut Adventists' self-assurance. They felt bad about themselves because of this doctrine, that they were being judged, the people in the past were being judged, and now they were being judged. And until they reached a certain level of spirituality, perfectionism is sort of a controversial term here, but it certainly has been embedded in that doctrine. And until you perfectly reproduce the character of Christ, the end will not come. Well, that's lays a pretty heavy cross on Seventh-day. And I think Ford, this was not just a matter of exegesis for him. It was not just a matter of history or historicism gone awry. This was a pastoral problem. He found Seventh-day Adventists hangdog and guilt-ridden and anxious about their own spiritual state. And he laid that on the doctrine. Yeah. He felt the doctrine needed to be changed. He was not as liberal as you might think. I mean, he was trying to salvage this doctrine, but he didn't want to just dismiss it. And he was loyal to Ellen White, but he thought she was wrong here, So I think it is. Some
very good points. I can't
remember where you started with that question, but
by far the best historical study is John's essay, the latest version of which is in Ellen Harmon White. And it just is devastating in pointing out that Ellen White's own view of end times was totally falsified. So if anybody believes in the second coming, they probably should go to a better source. Not you, but a better source than Ellen White's iteration of what was going to happen at the end.
I opened that essay. It's in the book Ellen Harmon White, and I opened that essay with the worm statement, and probably most of your listeners,
yes. Yeah, we know that one.
Most of your listeners will know it. But she said, the end will come before everyone here has food for worms. Well,
in that particular gathering, isn't it, that she was
yes,
to?
And there were about 60 there.
People kept a list of the names and ticked them off as they died.
Exactly. They had the names and they were in their Bibles. They carried them in their Bibles. Now you had, I think Willie White was like 4 at the time. now, Ron, you could help me. Kellogg was close to the same age as Willie, and they were there.
They were contemporary.
Yeah, they were contemporary, and they were probably antsy and fooling around in the front row. Well, you know, Willie died in the late 30s, 1930s, and Kellogg lived, I think, to 41, and which had to gall SDAs because, I mean, just because this guy practiced health reform, the Lord, wasn't coming, I mean, because he was on the list, right? But I think it was one of those interesting sort of sands through the hourglass. That was,
when I discussed this topic with some of my liberal friends who absolutely admonish this current wave of last generation theology, which is kind of circulating and reviving within the Adventist Church, they just seem astounded. How could they get this view from Adventism? And I think it's in the DNA of Adventism. Last generation theology almost is Adventism.
Yeah.
How have they not seen that?
Yeah, I mean, it's
why the shock?
There's a few proof texts that last generation theology can point to. One is in early writings, in the Great Controversy itself. I think Christ Object Lessons is another one. There's not many, but Seventh-day Adventists are used to building rather extravagant edifices out of a very few proof texts. So to dismiss last generation theology because there's only a few, roots for it is a little disingenuous when you build the whole 2,300 days on, Daniel 8:14 and a text in Leviticus and Numbers, I mean, so I can understand. And I think your point, Peter, is that it's not just a matter of the proof. It is part of the whole gestalt, the whole sort of cosmology of it's a logical extension of the entire frame of mind.
Yeah, well said. I'm going to let you guys go very soon because we're hitting the 2.5 hour mark, and
let me just point out.
And believe me, I'd be willing to go another hour and a half. We chatted with Bob. We chatted to Bob Brinsmead the other day.
How could these people continue to believe?
Yeah.
Let me just throw back. You don't live in the United States of America. How could 70% of evangelical Christians in this country believe in Donald Trump? The power for self-deception is so incredibly great. And I could go to other examples, but I won't. It's just, it's almost mind-boggling.
Well,
look at how many... What?
I was going to say what's even more frightening is that the self-deception is on the left and the right.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. We all can deceive ourselves. Butler thinks he's pretty special, but he's the only one.
I just read, and I don't know if I can't remember if I mentioned this to you, Ron. I think I did, but Peter, in the June issue of Atlantic, there's an article on QAnon.
I brought that to your attention.
You brought it to my attention. Oh, yes.
What is it? Yeah. QAnon.
QAnon is you would describe it, it's a conspiracy theory, right?
Oh,
and they believe there's this person who is Q who's sending out bizarre theories. Now, they initially came into existence claiming that what's called Pizzagate, this pizzeria in Washington, D.C. area, Hillary Clinton was operating a pedophile ring out of this pizzeria after she had run for president. And people came charging in there with automatic weapons to stop her in her tracks. Well, that's the origins of QAnon. There are members of Congress now in the United States who are members of QAnon. And I mean, it's a really crazy, and to your point, Peter, that you can find people on the left and the right who believe it. You know.
That's right.
And Peter,
and another thing to
if
say
you look
is,
at it, you'll like this. There's a brief section on the Millerites as an antecedent of this craziness
Really?
and
in that article.
yes, and the Seventh-day Adventists. I mean, she mentions the woman, the Flame, or I can't remember her name. Anyway, she mentions Millerites, Seventh-day Adventists, and Mormons in the final section of the piece. Not negatively. I mean, you could take it negatively to be mentioned in the same company, but
it's not positive.
No.
You're making in that article that's negative.
Yeah. Now, you were going to say something about Brinsmead?
I was saying, I have no time limit. I'm just aware of your time frames. But when I was chatting with Bob Brinsmead the other day, and it's a reason I really want to get you guys to actually join the Facebook group. I'll email you the link, and I'd love you to join in because you'll find some of the interviews quite fascinating.
Oh, that'd be great.
And the Brinsmead one went for 3.5 hours.
Wild. Now, does the same link work every time, or
no? So what'll happen is that link will only work for this interview, and that's just for the three of us. But I'll send you a link to the actual SDAQ&A Facebook group, and then you just come and just request to join it. It'll be a button. You just click join.
Great.
And,
do I have to join Facebook?
Oh, you're not on Facebook?
Yes. I have stayed religiously away.
You need to join Facebook.
Menu.
We're gonna
What's humorous is
you're still a member of the Adventist Church, Ron. So you surely can join up with Facebook.
Hallelujah.
You can surely join up with Facebook.
He has what is very interesting. He has a Facebook page. He didn't.
Who does?
You do, and it wasn't something he did. Somebody did this for him.
Yeah.
He has no idea who. His picture's on there. He's got a profile. He's on Facebook, but involuntarily.
You gotta be kidding.
And he actually looks good in the picture, which is very surprising to me.
There are probably fan pages out there, Ron, that you're unaware of, that you have no control over. No control over.
Yeah.
It's probably full of quotes.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, he's.
You're serious, John.
I'm serious.
I've seen it myself.
I haven't looked. I haven't gone back and looked at it recently, but I've been on there. In fact, quite some time ago, I think I asked you about it. You said, "Well, I'm not on Facebook." I said, "Yes, you are." But this is too long ago to remember. But I'd have to go back and look. But just go to Ronald Numbers and see if he's still there.
I checked a few months ago, and it was definitely there. But it's not a bad site. It's someone that likes what you've done, and they've just made a page.
Yes, that's right.
They're not monetizing it or anything. It's probably helping sell your book.
Yeah.
Well, probably, yeah.
So that was another reason I'd love you guys to join, because you'll get to immerse yourself in some very interesting conversations and interviews if you wanted to, but also you can share links to various things that you're working on or interested in or think that others could benefit from. So I'll invite...
I'll share it with Gil and Kendra too.
Yeah, and just reassure them that, anyone that I interview, I'm happy to kind of... if they say, look, just don't go this area or that area, I'm happy to leave it. Because the things he's got to say on Prescott would be fascinating.
Yeah, and you know what? His book on Jane Andrews, which is about 700 pages long, so it's slogging in a way, but it's an excellent book, and it really is almost it's not just a biography of Jane Andrews, it's a biography of Andrews and the Whites, Ellen and James White. You really see the dynamic, and some of what Ron is saying here about the meanness of Ellen White is very apparent in that book.
Really?
I mean, yes, when you get to the end of that book, you see. I mean, they really, both James and Ellen, treated Andrews cruelly, and it's right to the end. I mean, for Ellen, she was still
And his wife too.
Who?
Andrew's
well,
wife,
yes.
Angelina, they treated
Absolutely.
terribly.
Yes, and I mean, Ellen wanted him to marry Annie Smith, but so it's not just later in his career, but it's early. But you come away with at least a much more human view of the Whites, and at worst, a quite human view of them.
And that's Gill's book.
Yes.
Which
yes.
one is that one?
It's called, well, it's on Jane Andrews. It's his biography of Jane Andrews.
Okay.
Pacific Press published it last year. It's in the Pioneer series, and it's a blockbuster. I mean, you know, he deals early with the fanaticism of Andrews' family and the Stevens family, who, you know, he ended up connected to by marriage, but you know, but all through, he goes to the mission fields, and the Whites are on him. I think that James might have been jealous of him in some ways. He suggests that James may have been bipolar.
Wow.
And that's an interesting revelation in itself, and that could have been a factor. And of course, he had strokes, you know.
Yeah.
But
no, even Ellen White said that, writing to her kids, said James was insane.
James White.
They didn't know bipolar as a term, but she was convinced James was insane.
As in James White. She was convinced her husband.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, you're talking about correspondence with Lucinda Hall, right? Is that what you're...
Oh, with her kids. She's visiting a guy in a northeast, maybe New York, who has gone nuts. And she writes back to the boys saying, crazy as your father.
Yeah.
And I think Gill's written the book on Jane Andrews, the Prescott book, and did he do something on A.G. Daniels as well?
No. Well, the biography of Daniels is by Ben MacArthur, the late Ben MacArthur. That's an excellent biography.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. But there's several other books that Gill's done. I think one of The Prophet and the Presidents is another book he's done, which Ellen White's relationship to these various GC presidents, and that is, again, a very candid and revealing book that it surprises me that the Pacific Press ever published it. And I think there are regrets on the part of some that they did. But, you know, times are changing, and Gill is he's a well-respected guy. So probably somebody else couldn't have gotten it published. I'm thinking of a guy that I'm talking with right here in this threesome. But, you know, he got it published, and but there's the history of the White estate that he's done. You know,
put in a good word for me.
Yeah, he's got a corpus there that it would be interesting to draw him out on some of what he's done. It'd be good for him and the sale of his book.
Well, there's a huge interest. Like, we've gone in the last 5 or 6 weeks from 200 members to well over 1,000 now, and there's so much engagement that I can't even keep up with correspondence with people anymore. So there's a really and there's a beautiful subset of people within the group that are really bonding in a wonderful way as well, you know.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on that. I mean, that's to go from nowhere to that kind of listener, following. That's great.
Well, I think it's more the people
And
I'm
it's been a
interviewing.
delight getting acquainted with you.
It's been great. I actually has had this thought. I really would love to keep in touch with both of you on a social level, though. We've had some
Feel free.
really great laughs.
Absolutely.
We should
Yeah.
start our own. We'll have our own little Zoom meetup each week.
Yeah, we could. If nobody were listening, it would take its own turn.
I won't press the record button. That does give me the opportunity to promote to those that are watching. I've started up a special subscribers private group for those that have made some contributions to what I'm doing, because there's subscription fees and there's all sorts of time, and I'm spending at least 20 hours a week on it.
Really? Yeah.
And I'm loving it, and I'm not complaining. But some people have said, "Hey, we want to help out a little bit." So I've started a subscription group here on Facebook, where the members will get interesting conversations and outtakes and things. And you guys agreed that I'll be able to post our conversation from last week, our practice conversation.
Well, I think you shouldn't pass up the opportunity to get John Butler to pledge the royalties from his forthcoming biography to your ministry.
To SDAQ&A.
And if he does that,
Yeah.
I will step forward too.
Well, he was thinking of sending it to 3ABN, so I'll put my hand up.
This reminds me, and Ron knows this story, but we co-edited a book years ago called The Disappointed, which was on the Millerites. And one thing about that book, it was a collection of SDA, but a number of non-SDA scholars in the book, which is typical of Ron. So a lot of expense in the book was the graphics. And so there were all kinds of prophetic charts in there. There was woodcuts and etchings and so on. And so it made it expensive to publish, and they had they did fundraising, and they had contributors who helped, but the royalties or potential royalties were eaten up by the nature of the book itself. And so ultimately, I received one royalty check for my work on that book, $10.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, that was twice what I got for The Little Friend for my article there. And then good money after bad. They did not send the $10 to me. They sent it to a guy named John Butler, the premier American religious historian of the time at Yale. They said, "This is a book on, The Disappointed with Ron. This must be for John Butler, Jon, by the way."
So he got the royalty.
He got the royalty. So actually, I met him. I knew him, but I met him for the first time over the phone, and we chatted it up, and we got a kick out of, the fact that first of all that the check was so small, and second, I didn't even get it. But I considered it kind of a metaphor of my relationship to Numbers himself, because I feel like I've been on the short end of the stick many times. And by the way, and Ron is going to know what I'm going to say here. Normally, co-editors, you put them alphabetically. And Ron, throughout his career, has always been second because N comes after, the other letters.
Yeah.
So he's always been second. But in this case, because I was such a small fry and he was so disdainful of me personally, he put me second. So it's not Butler and Numbers. It's Numbers and Butler. So I have lived with this, and people consider me, a lesser light leading to a greater light.
You've lived with that humiliation.
I've lived with the humiliation.
Wonderful. Our Christian boy here doesn't bear grudges.
It is. He's a wonderful Christian example of Christian ethics.
I mean, that was
But just
Exactly.
wait till Jonathan Butler releases his his biography on Ellen White.
I'm
And
never going to speak to Ron Numbers again.
Ron
You know,
Numbers,
after I get that, I'm just going to be too big.
Ron Numbers will get a $10 royalty for writing the forward. Hey,
No, write him a check
Oh,
for $10.
I'll be happy if I'm alive to read it.
Yeah, I will be too. You
Hey,
know.
we're going to sadly wrap it up, but I just wanted one comment someone's made here, and I think the thought is to kind of bring a nice positive conclusion to the conversation and not leave Adventism hanging up on this potential coat hanger we've provided today. This person has said that you've raised some important questions about Ellen White, but you need to balance it with the remarkable things in her life and ministry. What kind of remarkable life and ministry things would you say to balance out some of the more challenging things we've chatted about today?
Yeah, I mean, he's the implication of the question is absolutely right. I mean, this is a woman who lived 87 years, accomplished a huge amount, in building a church, building educational institutions, medical institutions, wrote a ton. She is, in a sense, a feminist triumph in that. And so, and I think, and Ron and I have talked about this over the years, she has been underappreciated and underknown. I mean, now that's changing, and we can take some credit for it, but many other historians as well. She's now on the radar, but it used to be Ellen White was not known to people. Mary Baker Eddy was, Ann Lee was, Joseph Smith, others, but not Amy Semple McPherson, but not Ellen White. But that has changed, and I think she's deserving of that. Whether you have quarrels with her, whether you think she was wrong about this or that, I think she, she deserves credit where credit was due. And I think that you now have a whole generation of Seventh-day Adventists that's sort of underappreciated. I mean, they're sitting over there in the medical school taking classes, or the dental school, and they wouldn't be there if it weren't for her. It's kind of like playing baseball and never knowing about Joe DiMaggio or Ted Williams. I mean, this is a person who you're indebted to, right? Like the coffee cup I saw that said, "You're a tree, remember your roots." Something like that. I mean, you need to kind of, pay homage.
And Ron?
Well, I'll just say that Brother Butler's testimony was slightly more positive than mine would be. And I'll leave it at that.
I should have let him talk first, and then I could have come out with my flourish.
Yeah.
But that's and that's our different voices. But I would say this about Ron: as much as anyone in the historical community today, as much as any living historian, he is responsible for a wider community paying attention to her. I mean, this is a guy whose book was reviewed in Time magazine, who has gone on to a distinguished professorship and written a number of books related to Seventh-day Adventism, and the Kellogg book will be another one, and the book on Ellen White, The Creationist. So he put Ellen White on the map, in a sense.
Butler,
in the wider
look for your $10 check in the mail.
Are you sending me $10 again?
Yeah.
I think it's worth it. Just to show my deep appreciation.
And I think too, I was chatting to a friend who's he works in business. He's a professional, and he's not an Adventist. Uh, doesn't even really have. He's never had anything to do with Adventists in a systemic kind of way. But he said to me, "I've never met an Adventist I didn't like," and there's some truth in that. There's a lot of there's something about the crazy that we've come from, the tension, the the interesting things we've had to kind of face and confront and deal with that creates an interesting kind of almost a subcultural personality that's very interesting to engage with. Even if you're on the right, I've had some fascinating conversations with very conservative Adventists that I just really like, and some
Yeah.
very very liberal ones that I just like, and
Yeah.
so there's definitely something to be said for there's a wonderful culture within Adventism that I think a lot of us have enjoyed over the years.
Yeah.
Could you correct something that's been bothering me all evening?
Yeah. Is one of the letters round the wrong way?
The S is smaller than all the rest.
It's actually not
It
smaller.
needs to be bigger. It's a little short.
It is too.
Yeah. Well, if that's a guy with OCD, that explains a lot to me.
Hang on. I've fixed it.
Oh yeah, good.
Thank you so much. I can see
I've
well
fixed it
tonight.
I've fixed it to annoy you even more.
Yeah. And you have a Q and an A in your name, so that'll remind people QAnon. They need to go read about that.
Yes, check that out. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
little
fascinating.
little scary. Yeah, a little scary. And one of the points she makes in there is here's this rather small community but they tend to grow. I mean, it could be around.
Yeah.
Well,
So the last
And
thing,
it's apocalyptic too.
it is apocalyptic.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Harry Ballas has been watching today, and we mentioned him once behind the scenes, and you guys have both said you really respected his work.
Yeah, just in my coffee group this morning, we were just talking about him and his sociological study of the exit from
yes,
the SDAs with Desmond Ford, and Gil brought it up, and we were hashing it out, and so he's now this is the second time today,
yeah.
So.
Well, there's three kind of sociologists in the group. There's Robert Brinsmead, there's Harry Ballas, and there's Rick Foray, and they've all got PhDs and have done amazing work looking at the apocalyptic nature of a sectarian movement, and it's fascinating. So
Yeah.
So do you see as some would say a crisis is looming again with the compliance document and some polarization happening within the church over the acceptance of gay people, of women's ordination, of people needing to comply that the earth is only 6,000 to 10,000 years old. We're heading towards another political potential crisis. Do you think the church is going to survive this? What's the future for the Seventh-day Adventist Church?
I'm too far removed to have an intelligent observation.
Well, I would say, and I'm not saying I have an intelligent observation, but Ron Number's cousin is Roy Branson, the late Roy Branson.
Oh.
And the church was kind of a non-falsifiable assumption for him. In other words, he thought of the church as a family, and he said, you don't leave your family, even if you have a crazy uncle, or even if you disagree with them at the Thanksgiving dinner. But it particularly concerned him when the church made a target of blacks who couldn't do anything about their blackness, or women who couldn't do anything about the fact that they were women. And women's ordination then, I think, was one of those kind of things that pushed up against his own sense of the non-falsifiableness. It's an indication, just one illustration though, but an indication of how women's ordination could be big and remain big until this is resolved. Could it lead to a schism? I don't know. But could it lead to mass exits? I don't know. But it's something that needs to be taken seriously.
Yeah. That's
Well, your answer was no better than mine. You kept saying, "I don't know." That's what I said right away. I don't know.
I know, more succinctly, and it's beautiful.
with implications of hope, but maybe foreboding. Hey guys, it's been such fun. Hopefully our viewers have enjoyed the conversation as well. And
Yeah, well,
You only hope.
one of the great
I can only hope.
Well, one of the great things about this, I would say, and I would tell anybody else who's considering doing it, is the way you conduct this. It's just a conversation between the three of us. There's no sense of an audience, which I think is really maybe what you're trying to achieve, and the best thing you can do in these kind of things.
It's not what I'm trying to achieve. It's just due to my lack of technological ability. It's as best as I can get.
But it's your naturalness too, as a person, and you're easy.
I do enjoy the small conversation around a coffee table, having a snack.
Yeah.
That I love that. I love that. So I guess
the smartest thing I did when you invited me was to suggest I would do it with Butler.
he's kept us on track, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He,
I mean, that's I'm here to serve.
He might have to be a future co-host.
and just a tip, he's smarter than he looks.
Yeah. Now we're actually visible to people on here.
We are visible to people, and soon it'll be podcast as well. So basically, the YouTube, there'll be a shorter version of it, encouraging people to come and join the private group, which they can watch the full videos, and then people will be able to listen to the podcasts maybe in a month's time.
Yeah.
And then after this series on Glacier View, I just keep on going. There's already in the first season about 22 interviews. There'll be about 30 in this one, and then following that, we're going to look at we're going to be chatting to some of our gay brothers and sisters for a few interviews, and then I'm trying to set one up that's called Listening to Women, where I'm just going to allow the conversation to kind of flow and try and invite this conversational kind of tone with several people just chatting and me just sitting right back.
Yeah, that could be very interesting.
So I'm looking forward to that. And then who knows after that?
Have you contacted Ron Lawson since he moved to Loma Linda?
Yes, he came out to our coffee group once, and I think we went over to him as well. I think we drove over. He's it's a little hard for him to get around, but he's very.
I got together with him the last weekend he was in Asheville, and met with his little Advent Forum group and had lunch with him. Boy, he knows a ton.
What's that?
He knows a ton about contemporary Adventism.
Oh yeah, and he'd be a great guest for you, Peter.
What's his name? I'm just writing it down.
Ron Lawson, or Ronald Lawson. He's got a website. He was he the founder of Kinship in New York, Ron?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's Australian.
I have heard of him.
Yeah. He was in.
He wrote a beautiful history of Brisbane. He got a master's in history, and then he came and got a PhD in sociology.
Yeah.
If maybe you could email me an email address, John.
I've got it. I can get it for you. And he's in Loma Linda now, and he's I would say early '80s, Ron, or maybe even. But anyway, he's and a little fragile, but not mentally at
Probably,
all.
he's probably about my age,
I think he's a little older, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe he,
maybe
but
more mature.
yeah, but yeah, I'm glad we have him around, and he's a terrific resource. And if you go on his website, you can see papers he's written.
All
Yeah.
of the unpublished stuff.
What was that? What did you say, Ron? Cut
What
out.
did you say?
He has a massive amount of unpublished material.
Yeah. Ron
Things
is,
are breaking up again.
yeah, he's breaking up.
Yeah. Hey guys, we will leave it there.
All right.
Take care.
Expect
Thank you very much.
expect a Zoom link from me that just says up for a chat.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's fun. Yeah. We'll talk to you. Keep
See
in
you
touch.
guys.
Get out of it.
Thank you so much.
How do you
Thank you.
Ah, dear. And we're back. Incredible. Hey, look, Gillian is joining me, and she's going to have a little chat about some of the key things there that John and Ron and myself discussed about Glacier View and Des. So she's going to be here in a minute. But what a fantastic conversation, filled with lots of laughter and so much information as well. I really hope you enjoyed it. And I really want to thank Test the Prophet. Thank you, Test the Prophet, for sponsoring today's program. I really encourage everybody to go to his YouTube channel. Just type in Test the Prophet, and I think I put the link in the chat there. I'll add that there again in a minute. But it is such an incredible channel. It's one of my favorite YouTube channels, and the content that is there, I think only 4, 5, 6, programs are an incredible resource. I have listened to them over and over. In fact, on my last trip to Melbourne, I just had it on loop and listened to the content. He presents questions, challenging thoughts, information on Ellen White, and you see his hands. It's from a camera looking down. And I met him last year, 2024 February, at the former Adventist Fellowship Convention, and it's his real voice and his real hands. And if you wanted to learn anything about Ellen G. White, some of the challenging things about Ellen White, he has got the research there that is just incredible. So I encourage you to go and check that out. Test the Prophet there. And I think his website, I'll just bring it up on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about there. That's that's what it looks like. And yeah, encourage you to go and right now go and subscribe, like, and watch his content. It is really, really good. And I'll be bringing Gillian on in just a moment. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. And I really enjoyed that conversation. Towards the end there, I mentioned that I'd love to keep in touch with them. I just enjoyed the conversation so much. I recorded maybe nearly an hour of a rehearsal for the show. Ron Numbers wanted to work out how to use all the technical stuff. And it's uploaded somewhere. I'll try and find it and maybe release it soon as a standalone just insight into pre-show preparation, which I rarely do. Of the last 500 interviews, I reckon Ron and John's rehearsal was the only one I ever did, maybe 2 others. So that was interesting. But yeah, as I was watching there just towards the end, I lament that sadly, you know, Dr. Ronald Numbers has passed, and we never did get to have that kind of, you know, regular catch up with John and Ron and myself. I was in communication with Ron not too long before he passed away, and we were trying to work out a time to have him back on the show. And sadly, that interview is all we did get. But I would love to get John Butler back. I really appreciate how he articulates this whole topic. And yeah, so John, if you're watching, get in touch. Let's have another conversation. I'd love to just shoot the breeze with you again. So it's good to have Gillian Ford here. Let's bring Gillian on. How are you, Gillian? Let me just unmute you there.
I'm in a little bit of a situation. I need to go and open a couple of doors for the gardener who's turned up to mow the lawn.
You can do that, and I'll just keep chatting and looking at some of the questions. Along. Yeah. Well, as I said, that was such a funny. Let's see. Moto Sapien has said, Peter, just post the pre-show in its entirety. I'll watch it. Yeah, I might do that. We had a 20-minute chat even before today's program. You know, and by the way, those listening on the podcast, this is now back to 2025. You'll be thinking it's 2020. And yes, so I might join those together and release them. It'd be a good hour or so of some of the things they said in the pre-show rehearsal. I actually said to them off air, "Are you sure you're okay with me sharing this?" They were even more open about things than when they were live. Cindy Lou says, I'm searching for Dr. Ron Numbers books, not finding anything. Remember, it's Ronald L. Numbers. That'll help you, because there are a few Ron Numbers, and that's the title of the book, Cindy. Prophetess of Health. And the latest edition, this is the first edition, but the latest edition has a little bit more content. It's got some, I think, an introduction by John Butler. It's got another whole chapter by Ron Numbers' wife, which deals with the mental health of Ellen G. White. And look, this read, if you can find it, I've seen them online for over $50, but it's worth it. Grab a copy. I don't think there's free copies anywhere, but it's good to support, you know, the legacy of Ron by buying a copy. I'm sure it goes to his wife and family. And so keep looking there, and you'll find it, I'm sure, Cindy Lou. Let me know if you can't. And I'm just, as Gillian just comes in the door, I'm just going to grab the link just quickly from Test the Prophet and post that in the chat right now. So if you'd like to put a link there. And welcome back, Gillian. And wasn't that just such a great interview?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was better than I remembered.
I know.
It was so much. Now I know more.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Jonathan, I'm going to transcribe part of that because he gave such a good summary of Glacier View.
Wasn't it incredible? There was a really fantastic moment about an hour in where he just did a little monologue for about 5-10 minutes that absolutely nailed the whole of the Glacier View. But their humor, like people did criticize after, people who watched it, I don't think they got the humor, and they thought
I got it all.
Yeah, they thought we were having a go at people with
gold in them pants.
Oh, it was hilarious. And as I was just saying, I did a whole hour with them 20 minutes before that didn't go live, but it's all on recorded. And then a week before, we did a rehearsal because Ron had never done a Zoom interview before. And so it's hilarious. So I will re-release that in its entirety.
Wonderful.
So tell us some of your thoughts. You just began there commenting on John Butler's summary of Glacier View.
Well,
tell me some thoughts you've got.
I'll take the opportunity to advertise Volume 10 again because I've got an interview in here, which I mentioned yesterday, for those who didn't watch yesterday, where you and I talked, and we talked about some of our differences over the progressives. But I've got an article here, a podcast interview of Robert Wolfgram with Ron Numbers. And because of that, I asked John Butler, could I put in the introduction to Ron Numbers' book? And he let me do it.
That's
and
just
then,
recently.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Just recently.
Tell him he's got to come on the show.
I'll have a go. I'll try.
Yeah.
So anyway,
after our chat yesterday, I'm feeling very warm to all those scholars, academics. No more jeering or cajoling. I feel very happy and warm.
Well,
all my questions have been answered.
I always listen to what you say, and I've told you that a lot of my books, the later books, are in response to stuff that you say that I don't agree with. So I'm trying to, bring you back to the middle or something. So I've written a piece this morning that carries on from our conversation that I think might help you, and it very much fits into this talk, because if you're listening to what Ron Numbers says, they tell you a little bit, and it's in the biography of Jonathan, about how Ron Graybill behaved to his face and behind his back. Now, we experienced a lot of that at Glacier View. I don't always talk about it, but
well, that's why I've kind of battered for you sometimes. I'm angry at them for doing that.
Well, you know, Des and I, we knew about a lot of it. Hans Larendel, for us to our face, wrote a letter to Des in 1980, and then goes to the West Coast and talks to the workers and says, who are more progressive in California, and he can say to them, Des is 25 years ahead of his time. I'd say he's 50 years ahead at least, because they haven't caught up yet.
Yeah.
And then he goes down to Puerto Rico, which is very conservative, and we get the tape because we had a judge friend there. And Hans Larendel says, Ford is a dangerous man. And I've heard it because we got sent it. So,
wow. See, that's
we saw
the kind of thing I don't like.
Yeah, I know. But there was so much of it. I mean, Wally Scragg was another one. Very conformist, but actually highly intelligent and very liberal. Wally Scragg, who became the president of Australia. And Graham Bradford, I've got a document that I put in one of the books where Graham's teaching stuff on Ellen White. Graham did his best on the prophet. He really tried to change the situation. Of course, he dies and his books are laid aside. So nobody really seems to make a lot of progress. That's one of the reasons. But Scragg said to him, well, that's not, he's telling Scragg, this is what Des believed. Oh, no, that's not what Des believed. And yet he's liberal. He said it to Des in front of me. And I talked a little bit about that in the last meeting or two that we had. So it's part of the course. And then they alluded to the fact, and it's written more in stuff that I found looking at numbers, because my garden's coming. I won't go into that, but it's really funny because I've just been reproducing all the keys, and of course they're all over the house, and I needed 2 keys. Oh, anyway, where was I with numbers? And when he goes to Loma Linda, he has to leave Andrews. He's there for a year. When he first comes out of work, out of Berkeley, he goes straight to Andrews, and he tells a story of how, I can't think of his name there, but the president, Ron Numbers, the name may come to me on the way, but Ron Numbers and this man's son went to school together, and so he gets invited, and Numbers describes how he's now no longer a student. He taught to all the Spectrum people and that sort of thing, but he's in a different status. He's now become part of the faculty, and so he's in the know, because this is the thing, the scholars talk differently to each other than they do to the lay people or to the average minister. They're very careful what they say. So I don't want to do another 2.5 hours on this, but you get the point. So
Yeah.
whoever this leader was, and he's the one who fired Smuts, and then said he didn't, he lets all this stuff out about Ellen White, because now Numbers is no longer, as I said, it's no longer a student, he's a faculty. And as he goes out the door, he says to Numbers, now, don't tell anybody what I've said to you. And if you do, I'll say you lied. So this is an example of what's going on. And there's another thing. Okay, so he goes to Loma Linda, and while he's there are two young ministers. I haven't worked out who they were, who were pastors, and they get into doing the spy thing and getting information about Numbers. And Pearson and Wilson are in on this and meet with them somewhere. I can't remember the details, but I got extra stuff that I didn't put in my book. But they even burgled Ron Numbers' property, and they got into faculty. He mentioned this in the talk, got into faculty bank accounts, something to do with the church, and made up the story about Maxwell paying Ron Numbers, I think it was $30,000, to write something, and it wasn't true at all. It was a down payment for a house. This is the stuff that went on, and it's like politics. It's quite evil.
See,
and they're very false.
When I call that out, and you want me to come back in line more, what's different about someone like yourself calling it out and me calling it out, but with a different flavor? Mine might be a little bit more cajoling.
No,
I'm not trying to jeer or shame, but I'm as unhappy with that behavior as you are, and they're the people I'm upset with.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean, people who are genuine, say Gil Valentine, for instance, is really trying to make a difference. Now, I have some issues with Gil. He comes over here sometimes, and he comes to visit me, and we argue about some stuff that he says. And I'm only trying to get him to see another point of view from our point of view, if you know what I mean, because he's going to write that place of view. So there's a difference between him and the malevolence of that thing, which Pearson and Wilson were encouraging them. And there may have even been a payment. But anyway, I go through so much stuff.
Yeah, no, I see what
but
you mean.
they hinted at him. So, okay, so that's the point I want to make, is where they connect. So I wrote this statement. Now it's a bit long. It's 2 pages, and it was only 1 page until I put it in my chart. I don't know whether you want to put it up. It's the last one I sent you, so that people can read along. And remember, I do these things. I got up early in the morning. I just knocked it off, and some of it might sound a little bit extreme. I've said frankly what I thought, and I might have to moderate it. So take that into account.
Just give me one.
So it's answering the question that we were talking about yesterday. Why don't the progressives advance within the denomination and trying to put forward their point of view? And I think this is the reason why. And I say it's connected because of the way people get treated, and Numbers is a good example. So what I should have said yesterday.
Is this?
That's it.
Oh, good.
That's right. What I should have said yesterday, it all depends on, or a lot depends on, the General Conference president at the moment.
Yes.
Froome and Anderson, who we talked about yesterday, made progress because it was permitted by the progressive GC president at the time, Reuben Figuer. I think his first name was Reuben. And he was in, I think, for a double period. So he's in till 66. Now, he said to these scholars, follow the truth wherever it takes you. So that gives them freedom to bring some of this stuff out. And they try to do this. Okay. And then comes in the very traditional Pearson, and he stops press on the Froome and Anderson books. And from what I read, and some of my statistics, I'm doing it off the top of my head, so you've got to forgive me. I'm trying to do it right, but anyway, since 137,000 of question on doctrine by the
Yes.
time Pearson comes and stops press, I think in 68, it's created an ongoing crisis, and it among the ministry, and it lasts until this day. So I have a minister, I've told you, Ed Robinson, we talked about him yesterday, and he teaches me a progressive view. So I come into the church, and even though I married Des, I didn't know for 12 years about this division over the nature of Christ, and it becomes a big division in the church.
Big division. Yeah.
Right.
Still.
So generally speaking, the division over questions on doctrine, one of the big ones, because it wasn't explicit about the gospel issues. Let's talk about the nature of Christ. So you've got those who believe in the sinful nature of Christ and those who believe in the sinless nature of Christ. And this is a critical point of difference, because to go along with the doctrine, and I wrote about this in my little book on the nature of Christ, a chart of the true and the false gospel. Now, when I wrote it, I didn't know I was talking about traditional Adventism. I thought I was talking about a few heretics like Herb Douglas. I didn't know that was traditional Adventism. That was a wake-up call to me.
Yeah.
So, and this creates a huge clash, because the sinful nature of Christ, you've got the idea that if he can do it, if he can overcome sin, so can we. And that leads to perfectionism. And that's where the sinful nature of Christ often leads. So, okay. So the traditional Adventist believes in the sinful nature of Christ generally. Now, you've got somebody like Erwin Gain, who believed in perfectionism, but also believed in the sinless nature of Christ, just as a matter of interest. And wherever they see differences that are being either written or said, they're down like a ton of bricks on the miscreant and complaining to the brethren. So whenever conference leaders get complaints, they usually listen to the ignorant and blame the righteous. Get the picture? At whatever level. And ever since Figure, who is a rarity in being progressive, it's been mainly right-wing presidents, and they've ensured that they have people around them who think similarly. So it goes down all through the system. That is, an exception is Jan Paulson. Hang on a minute, I'll shut the door. You've got Jan Paulson, but he didn't say what he believed on some of these issues. He didn't believe in the investigative judgment. We talked about that yesterday. And he tried to be democratic and listen to everybody. However, he didn't deal with the elephant in the room, which is essentially
that's true.
Ellen White. Now, I had a picture of an elephant in a dress, but I couldn't fit it in. So once the right-wing presidents come in, they do all they can to snuff the candle of the light bearers. This is the problem. They don't mind the liberals, because the liberals aren't teaching what Luther taught. And that's what I'm about. And they can't touch West Coast Adventism because of the money, and they are more liberal. As soon as you go to America, they always think of California. West Coast is very liberal.
Yeah.
Partly because they are.
Yes.
So different type of Adventist, generally on the East Coast and the West Coast. So you've got Oak and Acorn, who can publish things that Pacific Press can't. You know, they're much more open.
Yes.
And you remember Bill Johnson in retirement lived on the West Coast and was opposed to what was going on at GC, really took the position Des did at the time, but he was a West Coast Adventist.
Yeah.
Now, for instance, and I might get into trouble for this, but never mind, our division president at the moment is a company man. He's very traditional. And the Australasian Division president is a GC position.
And this is the current.
It's a GC,
You
yeah.
mean current as in
The
2025?
last and the current one, Townend.
Glen Townend.
Yeah. So it's a GC position. You basically got to fall in with what the GC are teaching.
Yeah.
So, in fact,
Same with the union.
I hear all the
presidents
time
as well.
about people who are being put out. And I know that the gospel people, the young people, are depressed because they're constantly under threat. And I could illustrate all this because people talk to me. Now, when Lyndon Rogers comes through and visits me, I tell him about these people. He knows nothing about it. And most people wouldn't.
Wow.
And the reason is because these people sign a non-disclosure agreement to get a payout. They can't tell you. Yeah. Otherwise, they get into trouble with the law. The division's got the money.
Yeah.
Now, the church, its whole existence has developed a way to get rid of apostates.
Wow.
And really, Ron Numbers, they dealt with him in 1975. And I've always thought he was, I'm not following the letter, just the ideas. He was a member of the elite. Remember, we said that his grandfather was W.H. Branson.
Yeah.
And we said he was a very grumpy sort of a person.
And W.H. Branson was the GC president for a time.
Yes, he was vice president in the late 1920s when he was on the boat with Monica Vallis. But in 1948, 49 onwards, he's the GC president. And he's the one who in 1952 says everybody's only got, all the ministers that can only read inside writers, Adventist writers and Ellen White. They're not allowed to read outside. And because he takes that position, he's carrying on the 1919 position of suppressing the facts.
Yeah.
Right. So we talked about that.
Roy Branson's involvement, as a quick aside, because someone mentioned.
Well, Roy was
his cousin.
His
Numbers' cousin.
Spectrum, and he's a cousin of Ron Numbers.
Right. Yes. Yes.
So he's also. Is that your dog's your end?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So Ron, he's another grandson of Branson. So they're in an elite family. It's all right. It's very quiet, really. So Ron Numbers is part of the elite. So they don't get away with it.
Yes.
I'm trying to say to you that they have had policies for dealing with people, and it's systemic.
Yes.
And therefore you can't get away with very much. So that's the point of it. Now, remember in 1982, because I've talked about this on other programs, I told that whole story about at the Manila Annual Council in 1982, they actually had a section on policies for how to deal with apostates.
Wow.
And then in Adventist terms, an apostate is anybody who differs with the church's official position. Outside of the church, the word used is dissident. An apostate means that you've left Christ. So Des objected to that when they used it of him. Now, that meeting in Manila was set up because they were about to meet with Des, and the following January, they did what they'd planned from the beginning of 1982 to go on and punish him further. I've told all this story and it's in my books. So it's all part of a plan, although the front story is that they want to see if they can bring Des back in. So there's always this deception. There's always a backstory and a front story. So they come up with this policy and it tells you the steps. And so they take away his ordination, they call him apostate, they go after the membership. And this is what they did to us. And I was included. So I write to Parmenter, and of course they did it to Smuts and Knoll because they turned up to the meetings in San Francisco. So it's all planned. It's all planned. So they fired Des in 1980, and but he can still call himself an Adventist minister. So in 1982, they bring in these further moves and call him apostate. But when they announce it, they don't mention that they've called him apostate, because that might have caused a furore to call Des apostate. Okay. Anyway, I won't go into that anymore. So Numbers is like a practice run for when Des comes along, because they're used to doing this. They've done it before, and it's written in policy on how to do it. And it's systemic. So what happens, and again, this may be totally unfair, I'm sure there's lots of good people there, at division level, some of them behave like cowboys, controlling and overruling in areas where they know nothing about. And they often violate policy laws, government policy laws. And so this attitude of them making the decisions and the workers having to do what they're told, you know, I've told the story of what happened to Rose Power.
Yeah.
And there's lots of stories like that, if you know about them. And remember, Vern Parmenter said in a letter in 2005, I won't go into the details of that after Glacier View, teachers in our colleges and universities everywhere have to sign a contract agreeing to teach traditional Adventism. And ministers would have to do the same. So they're forced into a type of compliance.
Yeah. Can I just add something there quickly? I was teaching at Avondale High School, I think around 92, 93, and a fax came out and was read in staff meeting to everybody, and we were all given a copy, and it said, if you don't agree with the traditional teachings and you're not willing to go along with them in public and as a educator, then please leave the church. It was that clear.
Yeah, that's the sort of attitude.
Yeah.
And all the people hundreds that got put out after Des got put out, mainly, you know, some of them said what they thought and therefore they got fired, but a lot of them got called in and they're not listened to, or you're just out.
Yeah.
So anyway, where do we get to?
Vern letter.
So there's not a lot of chance of people, unless they've got powerful connections.
And even then,
and
as
then
you demonstrated, they're out.
We've just talked about R.A. Grieve. Now, there was a man who was multi-gifted.
Yeah.
And could have been a GC president.
Yeah.
And if they can put him out the way that was done, you know, and it's very like Trump's behavior in politics. And interestingly, Numbers mentioned Trump. And, you know, it's not the same level of evil. Of course, people will disagree with me on this, but it's how I feel. You know, he lies, he's corrupt, he's making money from being president, he's violating law, he's punishing people who oppose him, he's breaking constitutional law, undermining democracy.
Biden did the same, just to throw it in there. People that have, it seems that the more power people have, they more like they like to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but anyway, people are afraid of him and comply, just as happens in our churches, and so a lot of people go along with it because they don't want to get into trouble. Anyway.
Yeah.
And we've got to remember that when it comes to doing this, the majority of the church are traditional, and therefore they want their leaders to do it. So from the top to the bottom, there's a sort of spy system on individual workers, and a lot of pastors are tormented, one between their congregation and their local leadership. And this has to be experienced to be understood. And of course, we went through this after Glacier View. We went back to the West Coast and we attended church for a while, but there were always conservatives who were reporting Des. So then he's a troublemaker. He's making more trouble, even though he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Didn't speak.
Yeah.
But he's still in trouble. And then the leaders take the part of what I call the ignorant, and you're in trouble. And this happens to individual ministers more than you know. So anyway, So basically, leadership has it all worked out how to remove dissidents, and it's written as policy. They've rigorously worked out how to deal with people who depart from the basic church beliefs.
Yeah.
And it's almost a science.
Yeah. Now, just before we read that science, I just want to give a quick plug to today's sponsor. Whoever sponsors the show gets 5 good plugs in, plus all sorts of other things that go along with the conversation. Not sure, Gillian, if you've had a chance to check out Test the Prophet. I encourage you later tonight, go and subscribe. It's one of the best YouTube channels talking about Ellen White, challenging, offering research, asking the hard questions. And Test the Prophet, today's sponsor of the show. I think you're going to be sponsoring one soon, Gillian.
Yes, and look, you don't need to thank me.
And,
you can keep on with the talk.
Oh yeah, but I like to, I like to bring it up onto the screen. And so everyone watching, go and like and subscribe to Test the Prophet. So we're with Gillian Ford.
Now, this is not a very scientific. What I've written down is off the top of my head. As I said, I did it this morning. So take it as the intent. So 1, you've got signing contracts stating will only teach church beliefs, ministers and teachers. 2, a spy system and numbers. And the 2 ministers in California that Wilson and Pearson were in touch with broke into his house, criminal acts encouraged from the top. Unbelievable. Slandering the person as evil, false reports from a network of people. One of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not bear false witness. Serious stuff that they're going to have to answer for in the judgment. They seem totally oblivious to the reality.
Yes.
The end justifies the means. Then with ministers' reports from part of the congregation plus visits from the leadership, if you cause any stir, inadvertently or not, the reports are believed in the leaders act. The story of Wally Drain is typical. And also Robert Cook, who I told you I just talked to.
Yes.
5, the elite families who preserve the network that preserves the original narrative of the church. The repeated presentation, for instance, of the Kent family in this division in the record. All the bike rides.
Yeah.
Telling the, Bugsy, all to do with Kents, associated with puffing, which is a journalistic term for making big, Ellen White, the mass handouts and mailing of great controversy. And the Kent family, I was brought in by a Kent, I told you, and I was put out by a Kent. Some are wonderful and some are less wonderful. 8, living inside and growing up inside, which at one level is a cult. You've got a mindset, brainwashed, believe the leaders. You have often a magical approach to information, prone to conspiracy, not facts, don't want to stir anything up and want to be liked.
Yeah.
These are all problems. 7, bottom line denial about the problems. The cosmetic approach, which somebody has said about the latest Ellen White book. And it's interesting, I had a conversation this morning with a scholar, and he said, I hardly know anybody in the church, meaning scholars and thinkers and ministers, who actually believes in the original doctrine of investigative judgment. And I thought to myself, can he really be saying this to me?
Yeah.
Because at one level, this helps people stay in the church because they can moderate their view, say, on the investigative judgment. But when it comes to discipline at the local level, the leadership uses the great controversy original version to discipline people. This version that the person I was talking to this morning says hardly anybody believes anymore. See, it's deceptive and it's dishonest to reinterpret what Ellen White said and yet use the original to punish people.
Yeah.
So remember we were talking about Monica Vowles and the musician Frank Belden, the hymnologist.
Yeah.
And they pointed out books like The Great Controversy, early writings, and the pamphlet what's it called? A word from the little flock, or something like that, in which Frank Belden, out of annoyance they'd taken his royalties, hadn't paid his royalty,
Yeah.
he published the original. And so in those books, in the early days, they taught the shut door, which scholars have known about and sort of passed over as unimportant. And later, apparently, Ellen White did admit that she used to believe it, according to my friend Carol Platt. So the shut door was one problem that they ultimately separated from, but they did this, which was deceptive. And of course, the next suggestion was the investigative judgment, and that was wrong too.
Yeah.
As John Butler explained very, very clearly.
Yes.
Yes. Because it was explained by the pioneers and supported by Ellen White.
Yeah.
And White was just as wrong in this as she was about the shut door, but they haven't admitted it. It could easily be fixed by telling the truth and apologizing.
Yeah.
But condescending leaders say we can't tell the little old ladies. I've heard it said we can't tell the ordinary person in the pew, which is very condescending, because I'm an old lady and I can understand it. But the unfortunate, well, you can look at it as unfortunate, is there's plenty of information on the internet which you can find, which will tell you the truth about all this.
Mm.
And what that does is people get angry, and so they go out the back door and they don't look back.
Mm.
Now, you look back, but not everybody does. And the situation now is church attendance is very poor. You know, I've talked about the guy in South America who's been on your show, who went and looked at all the Zoom programs, and there might be 10 or 20 people in the audience. Some of that's COVID, but people started listening to Zoom sermons and they found out they didn't need to go to church.
Yeah.
So the attendance is low, and material comes out regularly about that. That's a big worry, because if people don't attend, then they're less likely to donate.
Yes.
So the church, to be realistic, is dying inwardly. And often the leaders say they go along with the program, the business plan, and they say, after me, the flood. Don't worry about the future. Okay, so that's the end of what I wrote down.
So
I don't know whether that helps you, because if you see the plight for anybody who's progressive and thinks, how they're tied, their arms are tied.
I know. Their hands are tied, and I think what I sometimes veer to, and I really appreciate our friendship because you keep pulling me back, is I tend to view it as academic cowardice at times, and then I listen to programs like today and fall back into great care and good feelings for John Butler and all of his ilk, because I can see that their hands are tied. I can see such amazing work they've done. He was mentioning there Gil Valentine's book on Andrews, which I've read, and it's true. It's just so revealing and incredible. These guys have provided so much information, and so I like to then come back and away from that feeling of calling them lacking in their endeavors, but
I mean, you look at numbers.
I'm not cheering, I'm not shaming. I think I'm just frustrated, and it's
we're all a bit frustrated
to learn, and it's good. And what you've just said then, gold, Gillian. That what you've just read then.
That's good.
I want to cut into a program and just put together as a standalone.
I never know if it will help, but see, here I am. I haven't been church member since 2000, since we came back, but we wouldn't have been accepted into church membership because they'd already gone after our membership for 17 years before that.
Yeah.
Unknown to the church, but they went to PUC, and PUC kept our membership and would have kept it. They said we can't stay members when we can't attend. And it would have been useless, because it came from the Australasian division that they wanted to have our membership taken away. We wouldn't have got into it. And the other thing is that in our situation, and after Glacier View, when we went to the West Coast, I think I mentioned this, but we went to church at Loomis Church for a long time, but it was constantly problems of people calling the conference.
Yeah.
And it would happen again, especially
Yeah.
in, Queensland's pretty conservative, so we didn't go. We did our own fellowship for many years. So, but I just want to mention Numbers is a very good example of a progressive. He had to follow the truth, but basically all of his relatives were Adventists. He didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
He wanted to be an Adventist all his life, but he couldn't. They wouldn't let him stay. When he went to Harvard after Loma Linda, he got a. I might get it wrong. So he went to Andrews, then he went to Harvard, and then he gets the fellowship. I think it was at Yale. And so he attends a church that's near Princeton, and they send the guy from the Ellen White estate, Robert Olson, and he preaches against him, and everybody, somebody's reported him to the White estate, and he goes in, and so he can't stay there. He can't fellowship.
Yeah.
See, when you read about how he sent his work to the Ellen White estate, he wanted to get it right. I mean, he's not nasty at all. And how he got duped over it all, he's an example of a progressive who loves the church. There's no need for him to leave. Because now when we look at what he writes, when you read his book, you think there's nothing wrong with it, but because it was new in those days. But he's an example. There's lots of people like that, because basically, I said to you, I became an Adventist, a bit of a JW background, when I was 17 in New Zealand. I'm still so grateful to the church, because my parents weren't Christian. I had no direction in my life. It gave me a whole philosophy of how to live, and I'll never forget it. And part of what I'm doing, people will think that I'm doing this to justify Des. Des doesn't need it at all. I basically did it because of the way people were being treated. It makes me so angry. But part of it is the hope that the church will come around. Because I don't want to be a Baptist, and I don't want to be an Anglican. I wanted to be an Adventist, and in my heart I still am.
But we both know that it never will. And what the academics and scholars need to
we know that's likely,
realize,
but we've got to take God into account.
Well, I don't think God was ever in this church. I think people were, and people understood the gospel.
Hard.
I think people understood the gospel in the church. I'm not saying there's not gospel understanding people in the church, but I think God used the big mistake that happened, the big flaws and faults of Ellen White, and the occurrences of human behavior that forged this Adventist movement into existence. I think he took that and worked with it as best he could. But I believe that the gem of Adventism to which you speak and to which Des stood for, and in many ways, that October 27, 1979 forum message is a 1 hour manifesto of what Adventism could be. John Rosier has done a whole article on what Adventism could be. I can't wait to have him on the show to look at that. And people like yourself and John and Gil and Denny 14 and all these guys, this kind of Adventism they've had that's never really gained traction, I don't believe is going to ever really see the light of day until some kind of coordinated effort is taken to remain in the church, but to be separate as well. I don't know how that can happen, but I don't think that ever going to get the mothership to change its view or its direction. It's an ocean liner, and they're a dinghy, and there's just no way they're going to turn it around. So maybe,
Yeah, but to moderate that a little bit, when Des came into the church, he had lots of gospel sermons. Mrs. McDowell's father, Pastor Whitaker, he preached the gospel. Sibley preached the gospel. Naden loved the gospel.
Oh yeah,
There's Pastor Vince.
I'm not saying it's not
I
there.
still remember one of his sermons. There were a lot. Graham.
It's there, but it's there on the ship, but the ship itself, at its very core DNA, can never fully accept and embrace the gospel guys.
I don't. I'm happy to belong to a church where I learnt the gospel, even if the church.
But you learned it in spite of the church, because of.
Well, you can look at it that way, or you can be an optimist like me and say, "This is where I learnt the gospel."
I'm an optimist, but where I'm optimistic is that these guys will wake up and realize the ship is not changing, it's not turning, it's not going to rebuild itself, and do something about it. I'm an optimist of that, instead of the inertia that just hasn't taken off. I'm not jeering or shaming. There's a little bit of cajoling, but I love, when I listened to John just then, when I heard your thoughts before, I'm very optimistic that if everyone got coordinated, I meant to ask you yesterday, if there was some kind of ministry that was coordinated, like GNU, Good News Unlimited, but in a way that was more in line with keeping Ellen White as a part of it, looking at the providential view, allowing for a big tent, broader view. Where is there a place that people can go? I'm trying to encourage people to go somewhere, do something, before the mammoth ship that is Adventism grinds you into the ocean. Like, where can people go? Like, where would you suggest is a good place for all these guys to hang out?
Well, I'm trying to talk John Den into putting his Bible study online, but he seems to think that everybody in the room where he is would have to bring their computer along. So he needs some help to, it's people outside who can listen in to a group. But the older people haven't got the digital.
There needs to be a place where all of these good gospel Adventists can gather regularly. I
absolutely agree. And look, one thing, things have got worse.
Yeah. So none of what I say is to be negative. None of it. I have cajoled. That's what surprised me when Stephen Beagle said that I'm trying to criticize and decimate the gospel Adventists. I'm trying to slap him around a bit. I'm trying to give him a good little slap, but I'm not trying to. I'm trying to say, do something. Create a space like Good News Unlimited where you can all go.
But you see how the church is set up to squash it.
I know.
Because of signing, making them compliant, and the group in the church that won't allow anything from the original.
I chatted at some point in the last 5 years to a GC level leader who told me he was doing that very thing behind the scenes. He mentioned most of the names that you and I regularly mention, that they were going to network, they were going to pull something together. I've reached out to him many times in the last 2 years saying, has it happened? Where is it? Something like that has to happen, or the kind of Des Ford gospel Adventist is going to be gone. See you.
Hang on a minute. You've got to keep on speaking while I go and say.
I'll keep speaking. And so hopefully those that are watching that fall into that group, that are part of, the guys that wrote this, the guys that are named here. I love you guys. I want you guys to try and get together and do something that actually creates something. Instead of talk that you think you're going to somehow align with the mothership, it's never going to happen. The mothership doesn't want you. It's too stuck in its ways. Its ways were founded back in 1844 and, built and homogenized, coagulated, marinated. This gospel Adventism you speak of is just not going to see the light of day unless you guys get organized. So I'm not jeering, shaming, criticizing, attacking, telling you to leave the church. I'm saying do something, create a Good News Unlimited style ministry that draws you all together. And if a former GC employee, worker can't do it, well, who's going to do it? So, Gillian, just a quick plug for Test the Prophet, who is sponsoring today's incredible program. I'd encourage everyone go and subscribe and like and watch his channel, Test the Prophet. Well, we'll close. I really love what you've said there. I'm glad you were able to come on and do a little commentary. I do have a couple of questions for you. Did you see the comments before about your outfit? The 3 or 4
No.
positive comments about your outfit when you first came on.
What, because of the slit in the sleeves?
I
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to.
There was a comment there was 3 or 4 at least comments on how lovely you looked and what on your
Oh, how
outfit.
nice! And I got the kitten. Oh, I can't even.
There he
point
is
to
there.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got
there's
it
the
on
kitten.
today. Yeah. Now, Motor Sapien said, Gillian, I thought you were a student of Les Rondel and friended with him, but you mentioned he was hostile, my word, not yours, towards Des. Can you expand on that?
Oh, we only heard about it. I'm sure he would have been friendly. I wasn't a student of his, but he essentially agreed with Des because he told us he did, and he wrote it in a letter. It was very friendly, and he sold a lot of Des's Daniel books. I'd say Des was a hero, but when he got down to a conservative setting where it's translated into Spanish, then he just made that comment that Des Ford was a dangerous man. I wouldn't say he was hostile.
Well, I mean, the reality is Des,
he
Des was a
retreated.
dangerous man.
Look, he's got a very specific degree from Amsterdam. Where's he going to go?
Yeah.
People have said to me, why didn't Des go and teach at a non-Adventist school? Des said to me, I was only interested in teaching Adventist ministers. He wasn't interested at all.
There's a culture in there. There was a culture there.
Yeah. So what's the other question?
Oh, I can't find it in the link now. People are commenting so much.
Oh, well, that's good to know, because when I looked at it on the YouTube page, it just said 33 people were watching.
See, there's 5
and
platforms
not as
that we're
many
going
people
live
watched
to
my
as well.
second program with you yesterday as the first one, and it's really the most important.
Within a week, there'll be 1,000 people have watched it. There's 3 kind of episodes now that I've noticed. If I do a program with a current Adventist, I get 300 or 400 watch within a week. If it's a commentary on Adventism that is like this, a bit more open, a bit more asking the hard questions, it gets about 800-900 views in a week. And if I interview a former Adventist sharing their journey, we get about 1,400 to 1,800 views in a week. So,
well, I am a former Adventist in a sense, but I'm sympathetic.
Yeah. Well, we're going to leave it there today. I have to race off, and so just a couple of quick advertisements. Tomorrow at this usual time, which is Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, our Good News Fellowship program over on the Good News Fellowship channel. We don't go live into here anymore, so I encourage everyone to go and join that group. We have a wonderful gospel-focused program every week. It's on at 12:30 midday Friday, Australia, New South Wales time, and it's on 6:30 p.m. Pacific time Thursday night. All these time zones, Gillian, they mess with me. Straight after Good News Fellowship tomorrow with Frank Marandino, by the way, who is a legend and very popular on the show. Straight after, we have SDAQ&A Book Club where we are chatting, ironically or paradoxically or coincidentally, this book. So I'm pretty amazed about that. Now, Gillian, hold up your 2 books, Bye Bye and Chapter 10, which are available on Amazon. These are an incredible resource. Everybody would love you to go and check those out. And you can buy them right now on Amazon. So there we go. Let's go and check them out. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Next week, we have a discussion with an ordained pastor who is defending women's ordination publicly and may already be in trouble for doing so because he has been on the show before. I won't mention his name because there may be people that try and make life hard for him, but he will be here next week. And I think Grenville Kent, talking about the Kents, I think he's on next week talking about his new book. So it's all happening here on SDAQ&A, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Thank you again to Test the Prophet. Go and check him out. His YouTube channel is awesome. Honestly, if you haven't watched it, Gillian, you need to go and subscribe. It's only, I think, 4, 5, or 6 shows. They're so deep, easy.
I'll go
easy
and
to
see them.
listen to. It's just Test the Prophet, the YouTube channel, and it's just amazing. So I just want to thank him so much for sponsoring today. If anyone would like to also sponsor, there's still a few left in our season 2 series of 86 episodes. We just hit 27 today as we put them all on YouTube. There's still some that haven't been sponsored. It's not very expensive, and you will have your channel or book or link or whatever you want advertised from here until kingdom come. Just getting out there. We should get one of your books to sponsor the show, Gillian, and we can bring it up on the screen and give it a good plug.
I'll sponsor the show and you can advertise my 10 books.
Yes, great.
I'll give you a photo.
Which is the show you have wanted to sponsor? It's coming up soon. What's it called again? Which one? The one with
Larry Christoffel.
Larry Christoffel. Why do you like that one so much?
Oh, Larry's a special man. He was the pastor of Campus Hill who invited us over to speak. And he went in and looked at the Glacier View meetings and did shorthand. And so got a copy of it and transcribed it.
Mm.
And he and, I can't think of his first name, Vandenberg, 2 great gospel ministers in America. A lot of people, my age and a bit younger, are doing a lot of work to try and help the church. Yeah. All realizing that it might
maybe, Gillian, maybe it's you after you've got this flurry of incredible resources. Maybe you're the one that has to set up a unifying Good News Unlimited Part 2 and really galvanize everybody. They don't have to leave the church, but they need a place to go, and you could have weekly Zoom.
Well, I did try on the quiet.
Okay. Well, we need something not on the quiet. Now, just a couple of quick comments. There is a question I found for you. And Jude Young says, awesome interviews with the doctors today. Hugs to my daughter. She's turning 13 this week, Gillian. So,
amazing.
Yeah. So she's October 23, the opposite of the Great Disappointment.
Good luck in the next 2 years.
Thank you. And this is a difficult question, throwing it here right at the end. Ms. Gillian, given all you've unearthed re-SDAism, I'm not understanding why you wish to stay, rejoin, culture bubble, still SDA theology.
No, I'm not a member.
I think what she's asking is why the interest. People ask me as too. You've left. Why are you still doing shows like this? Why are you interested in setting the record straight?
Because the form of Adventism that I believe in, I still believe in. I'm just not a traditional Adventist.
And Cindy Lou, thank you for that comment, because it gives us a chance to further say that there are a lot of people like Gillian that would love to see the kind of Adventism that they think is possible and that we've seen hints of. They'd like to see it actually manifest. And I'm saying it'll never manifest or be appreciated within the actual church. But I want to encourage Gillian and others to get organized and create something where people
Gillian
can gather.
is too old. She's doing
You
all
are
she
not.
can.
You are
I
not too
am.
old. Well, you need to, you don't need to do anything, but you might be able to find someone, or, I know Stephen Beagles does a lot. He's got his own channel, but there needs to be someone that's been around for a while, that knows everybody, that can make it happen. So anyway, that's maybe John Rosier. We'll have him.
He's too old as well.
Yeah, but he's got the content.
Oh, he does. He does. Look, Des said to me, he said, all of the things that changed my life were not planned by me. They happened. They dropped from the sky. Just like all my documents.
You often use the word providential.
Oh, my mother was a great believer in prayer. She didn't go to church, but she said I couldn't live without it. And I believe the same about the providence of God, because I've seen it all my life.
I think the gospel Adventists are too leaning on that, though. I think God helps those who help themselves, and there's got to be someone, surely, putting the call out, someone who, is in their late 60s, early 70s, bit of time in their hand.
Oh, that gets me out.
That they need to 69 plus needs to start up a Good News Unlimited 0.201 or whatever they're called, that it fully embraces Ellen, but as devotional, all the things that Des stood for. I'll even help you with your manifesto, but someone's got to do it. Come on. Otherwise, I'll keep cajoling you. You'll keep saying I'm attacking you. I'll keep slapping you around a little bit. Oh, dear. Thanks, everyone, for your support. Thank you, Gillian. We'll see you again in a few weeks. And everybody, we'll see you tomorrow for Good News Fellowship. There we go.